don't want to hear my damn typing. Stop that. Stop that! Alright. Boo! It's me. Hello.
Hello, hello, hello. It's me. I am here, ready to,
Piss science. Yeah, piss science. Time for some piss. We pissin', we sciencin', we pissin' sciencin'. Now I also gotta make sure I get my ratios ready. Oh boy, more ratios. We pissin', we sciencin', we doing all that good stuff. We open in the game as well. Satisfactory has an update queued. Do I want to play Satisfactory after? I don't know. Maybe. Alright. Shut up. We pissin', we sciencin', we piss sciencin'. As one does. I'm also trying to like think of ways to potentially incorporate incorporate concrete, because we're gonna need some concrete eventually if we want to build nuclear power plants. So I probably should get an outpost and just set it into the train network for concrete, because we'll need concrete for
nuclear, folks. Very important.
I'm just gonna put it like in a corner somewhere basically and just have trains take care of that shit. But we need it for
Nuclear. Let me tell you, folks, nuclear, very important. Many people are talking about the N-word. Nuclear. That N-word. You thought I was talking about a different N-word now, weren't you? I was not talking about any particular N-word.
That fucking press conference was so fucking dumb. Was it a press conference that even said that on Alan? I don't even remember. It was so fucking dumb, dude.
It's the N-word. Nuclear. It's nuclear, folks. Nuclear.
Need to also figure out how to incorporate the fucking fuel depot in the rest stop area as well, because those are always necessary to make sure that the system does not get any clogs. Very important.
No clogging. Can't have any of that, folks. It'd be pretty bad.
Ooh, Staryu. Catch the Staryu. Give me extra Stardust. Catch the Stunfisk. Caught the Stunfisk. Alright. So we just finished making flying robot parts, right? So now we can make bots. Can I make personal roboports? Yes. Yes. I think I want power armor first before I even decide to think about this. So I'm gonna get power armor first. And we want power armor so then I can put in personalized robots. Because I need personalized robots. Oh, they're gonna build that fucking furnace stack, aren't they? Because it's currently ghosted out. That's okay. You know, they can build it out. It's not that big of a deal. Am I having throughput issues? Yeah, I need more copper. We're gonna need a lot more copper. Because with low density structures and blue circuits, the oh, that's for the jets, I think, right? That's for the aircraft mod. Yes. Cool. Cool. Hmm. I do wonder how much the Obelisk of Light does in terms of damage. Curious. This is for when we go on to Muluna, right? Yes. And I feel like I need to take a fucking shit. Jesus. Let me do that real quick. Jesus.
Big shit. It'd be like that sometimes, folks.
Alright, we're back. Right. We were doing this. Okay, I need more copper, right? If we're gonna build LDS and we're gonna build processing units, you need a lot more copper. Normally you want 4 lanes of copper, but it seems like I've left room for 3 lanes. Let's add another lane for copper. First, I want personal robots. Before I do all that. Yeah, I've left room for 3 lanes. Alright, power armor. We need processing units to make the power armor. You can also do it with modular armor, but I really would rather have the extra space. So I want a bunch of these. We don't need to make a ton of processing units. Okay, let's just throw up something real quick for processing units. Just get like... Let's just go with 4. Nothing too crazy. Let's just get the rest of this shit out of the way. They want me to craft logistics box in order to be able to make rocket silos. Oh, well, we'll be doing that relatively soon. Just don't need it exactly right now, but we will get there. We will get there. Maglev trains. So you're telling me I can have better trains? With maglev trains. Once we get to Moshin. Well, I do believe that, yeah, Moshin is post... Oh, it's post Fulgora and post fucking, yeah, post Fulgora and post Vulcanus. So we won't be able to get there for a little while. And there's a lot of wacky stuff going on here. Which I am looking forward to. Is that fucking 720? Is that 700,290 seconds? Jesus Christ, dude. Alright, well. That's gonna be a complete shit show when we get there. But we're not even close to getting there, so we got some work to do. Let's just get our... just a preliminary sort of production of... of processing units, of which you need sulfuric acid and a whole bunch of, well, whatchamacallit. A whole bunch of chips for. We don't need anything major. I'm not looking to go for anything major. We'll scale this up eventually. I'm not looking to scale this up right now. Let's get rid of all this. It's fucking rocks. It turns out I have quite a bit more room than I thought I did. Fuck you. Ayo, fuck them fucking trees. My pollution cloud is getting relatively close to that, but that's fine. We'll live. it turns out all the oil is just right out over there. It's crazy. Well, I mean, these things are just kind of being chilling at the moment, so it's fine. Right. Blue chips. We do not want that. Gotta be able to pipe in our sulfuric acid. Somehow. Probably just red belt them. They're both already on reds. Alright, that works. Next thing, another thing we're gonna want to do is we're gonna want to move the science setup. Okay, I'm gonna dismantle this shit because we don't need it anymore. Generally, it's not a bad idea to have sulfuric acid on the bus, but again, most of that's fed through underground, so we can relatively easily just kind of, like, transport it through. It's not that hard. Because of the length of underground pipes. It's a pretty easy fit. Well, that's sulfuric acid taken care of. For our blue chips, we're gonna probably shove this downwards by 2, more than likely. Should be the most effective. Alright. It's definitely not enough, but for now, I don't need a ton at the moment because I just need enough to be able to make some equipment. Don't need a ton right at this juncture. Just enough to be able to finally make some personalized equipment. That's mostly what I want. Alright, we're ready to flick this bad boy on. We are going to need to make a lot more green chips, which means we need a lot more copper. That's okay. I don't think I need the gears for really anything else. I could probably just get rid of the more car or the coal. I'm just doing this out of habit at this point. No, it's not a bad habit to have, to be honest. Just like that, we are now starting to accumulate some blue chips. So let's just shove them in a chest for the time being. How many do I need for power armor? 40? That won't take too long. There's a big thing of oil right there, huh? Interesting. This corner really is, this is just a fucking oil corner, huh? It's interesting. We have helicopters now. That's fun. Helicopters, huh? Those are expensive. That is a lot of money. That's a lot of tabbouleh. That's a lot of cheddar. It's okay. Okay, electrical engines. Alright, well, we skipped directly to... Do I have modular armor on? No, I have heavy armor on. And we were just skipping straight to power armor. means one thing and one thing only. We now have an equipment grid. Huzzah. How many bosses these hold? 10? I'm gonna make 2 of them. I want bots. Need them.
I need them. I need them.
I'm also gonna make sure we have enough for power. Which means you're going to need a whole bunch of these. We'll fill the bottom row here. Can fit in an exoskeleton, probably. 2, 2. Let's just go 2 and 2 so I can get 2 exoskeletons. Yeah, we'll do that. Do I have personal battery 2s? No, I don't think so. Just personal batteries. How many can I fit in there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. And then we stuff as many solar panels as we can get. Green chips is mostly what we need. Just 12. Almost there. Can you tell us to make the construction bots? Oh, what's up, Boy Meets Minnie? Silly Boy Meets Minnie, you've been here this whole time. I saw you. You were just damn lurk. You damn lurker. You're not a fucking Zerg unit from fucking StarCraft. What the hell is this? You don't fucking, I don't know, listen to the Queen of Blades, Kerrigan. What are you, a fucking simp? That's rhetorical. Imagine being a simp. Couldn't be me. Can't believe that Boy Meets Minnie would be a simp. Shame. Shame. What would Umbetgar have to say about this, Boy Meets Minnie? What would he say about your simpery? This is so stupid. I don't know why I keep bringing him up. It's funny. Yeah, I know we're a little short on chip production. I'm all too aware. Thank you. Yes, yes. Go ahead and begin to build for me, robots. Go forth. Yes, yes, yes. Build for me. Build for me, robotic slaves that I don't pay or do anything for. What the? As expected of Daho the leftist, he has a bunch of slaves to do his work for him. As expected of the Champagne Socialist, Daharimba. Inconceivable. I'm low on iron. No, I don't want you building that. Stop it. Okay, I guess if you idiots want to build it, whatever. Go ahead. What the hell's the problem over here? Besides the fact that it probably stinks like shit. We're just gonna turn that off for now. it appears that we are having some throughput issues. So we need to remedy that by getting more iron. Or at least it's how I'm seeing it. Well, you know what they say. Just build more, forehead. Having a problem? Who gives a shit? Make more of that problem. See how much easier life is now with robots? So easy. Oh, we're missing inserters. Don't worry, eventually it'll be more automatic. Boom. More green circuits. Thanks to medium power pools, I can save up on some extra power pools. Lovely. Very good. Oy, oy, oy. Ugh. Okay. That'll be another furnace stack for copper. Not quite enough room for the third stack. Almost enough room for the third stack. This is a little unfortunate. The reason why we want 3 spaces apart for all of these is for beacons, when we beacon everything up eventually. Now what I could do instead is I could make these... Here's what I could do instead. If I make these 1 apart... I can stack 1 beacon. These don't have to be 3 apart, they can also just be 1 apart. Them being 3 apart is actually a mistake. It's better for them, it's more efficient for them to be 1 apart. So then you don't have to use as many beacons. More space efficient, more power efficient, yada yada yada. I am probably going to move all of these eventually. In fact, I'm going to do that now. When we upgrade the furnace stacks eventually, we'll do that fix as well. Pick my stuff up for me. Go, go. Go forth, my robots. Pick my things up for me. Fix my foolish errors for me, as you should. In fact, what this also gives me the ability to do is I could potentially fit another copper stack in the middle here. With all this shit that I'm moving over, basically. Ta-da. See, this is why I wanted to wait till bots for this shit, because bots just make it so much easier. As you can see. Do all of these upgrades. So much easier. All we need to do is just grab the necessary supplies and then... You understand what I'm saying, Boy Meets Mini. I know you understand. You're,
Many people are saying that Boy Meets Mini is smart, but you know, I'm not 100% certain about that one, folks, you know? People are saying that Indians are pretty smart, but I don't really know about that, folks. But we have some issues to fix, folks, let me tell you. Got a lot of problems,
Listen, so long as you know your ratios and some designs and look at some tutorials, you'll probably be fine. This game's not that hard. It's a pretty easy game. All you have to know is that robot are good. Robot good. Oh, there we go. Now we're starting to see our throughput problems. Yeah, we need more iron. Oh boy, we need more iron. Funny thing about the upgrade planner, you can also use it on inserters. Oh yeah, we need more iron. Oh, Boy Meets Minnie, did you see the DM I sent you? Imagine having work in the year of our Lord 2025. I guess I have my interview today. Listen, it's, you know what I say, simple and clean sometimes, you know? Simple and clean. Kingdom Hearts, Skrillex, Jumanji, Bibbidi Bobbidi. I'm out of splitters. Let's go get more. It looks like I am now producing enough electricity from the solar panels to be all good. I don't know if I was like too rambly during it, but they seem to be like constantly trying to make me get back on like topic kind of a deal when I was like explain, like, cause all they like it was like a standard thing for me where it's just like, oh yeah, like just like tell us about your what like work you've done and shit like that kind of a deal. Pretty like bog standard, I would say, saying like, oh yeah, what did you like? What work have you done previously? Blah blah blah, kind of a deal. So like pretty normal, I'd say. You do not need output priority. Yeah, I think it went pretty decently. Like, it's one of those situations where it's like, okay, I mean, yeah, I think it went fine. You know, can't complain, I guess, kind of a deal. How the hell are you researching? Oh, you need piss. You need piss science. Oh, I just realized that. That's a little awkward. Yeah, you gotta get pissed on, huh? Don't even have piss science yet. I think we have somewhat fixed our throughput issue. I think we just need to produce more iron. You know, I think we just need more iron. 2.3k being consumed. Yeah, we just need more iron.
Daho just needs more iron. I need more iron, folks. Many people are saying that this guy, Daharumba, just needs more iron. And it's true. He does need more.
So if I'm doing a 2-lane sort of setup here, I just want to get rid of this power pole. Because we can get more iron in here. For 2 yellow belts, you would have needed 60 machines. For 1 red belt, you need 60 machines. For 2 red belts, you need 120 machines. Which means it's time for more iron mines. Well, obviously this patch won't last forever. We're gonna have to go get more. Oh, so, like, what the fuck am I doing? I can just, like... I have robots. I do not want you mining the coal. Well, let's chew through this fucking iron. Wait! That was almost a disaster.
Never mix your ores, folks. It's not healthy. No mixing. Mixing ores, it's not good, folks. Let me tell you.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have some throughput issues here. Yeah, we're gonna have some throughput issues. $93 mines. It's not enough to completely saturate 2 red belts. That is not great, but... Because again, this is a bottleneck. A way around this bottleneck. Could run an underground from here to here to get around this bottleneck. Then we do a little this. That'll help alleviate that a bit. Fact, we will set your output priority to the left. Going left? What the? What are you, cringe? Yes. And that should help with the throughput problem. It's not going to be not perfect, doesn't fix everything, but it fixes quite a bit. So I believe we should be producing a ton more iron. There we go. Lovely. Very good. Alright. That is a fixed problem. Let's fix another problem, and that is I want to add another lane for copper. Do I just fully build it? No, I'll just fully build it. Fully build the furnace stacks. Yeah, I know, you're gonna complain about that. Shut up. Give me this shit. Give me these shits. Alright, cool. Build. Go, go. Go, go. I'm way used to this being, like, really, really fast in my... Well, first save. My... I don't know if that's if it's correct for me to call it my main save, but... I'm used to them being so much faster because I have, like, quality gear and shit like that. It makes the bots charge so much faster and move so much faster and everything. It's like broken as hell and shit. It's like, yeah, you guys would have gotten this mostly done by now. Plus with like the worker robot speed upgrades as well. Daho, you're pushing your unpaid robot slaves too much. You should stop being cringe. And it's just like, you know what? Fuck you, hypothetical person that I'm having a head argument with. I will push them further. You can't stop me. These robots don't have feelings or thoughts or beliefs. They are my little regiment of well, placement guys. And there is nothing you can do about it. You can cope, seethe, maul, dilate, and get mad about it. Smile. Oh, that shoot through my grid. What's my power looking like? Oh, pretty alright. Boom. Alright, let's supply these idiots with coal.
Clean coal. Only the cleanest of coal, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you. We have great, clean coal. So simple, so clean. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we now have clean coal. Many people are saying that you can't have clean coal, Daho. It's impossible. They always say it's impossible to have clean coal.
Oh yeah, you need repairs, huh?
They keep telling me that coal is one of the dirtiest things. But they have no idea. They don't know coal like I do, folks. I know coal. I know so much about coal. They keep talking about the environment, folks. They have no idea what they're saying.
I only have 53 machines here? What the... What the heck? There we go. Good, clean 60. Can I fit 60 more here, or are we going to have to get another coal mine? Or, not coal mine, copper mine. Not that it's going to be too hard. We've got a lot here. A ton there.
It's a lot of copper, folks.
Thing is that we are going to need to expand the train network. Is it time to get more trains? What the?
I love trains. I love trains. Do you like trains? I love trains. Many people say that Donald Trump doesn't like trains, but you know what? I say bullshit. I love trains.
This is enough for the current stack that we have, but for the other stack that we are looking to put together, that ain't enough. Well, another good thing about having these bots as well is they can automatically repair things for you. Fixed. So for the time being, we're just going to do this.
And people said that you could never incorporate another lane in a bus, and I say, watch me. Watch me. Watch me watch. People say that, you know, there's a lot of problems fundamentally with the design of the main bus, but you know what I have to say? I say that's a bunch of balderdash. Look at that, folks. Very clean, very easy, very simple. We are integrating it with the bus. A new lane of copper. Now, is this a mistake for me not initially putting 4 lanes of copper on the bus? Yes, but shut up, fuck you, I hate you. You can go fuck yourself. No, I didn't do any design oversights. You did all the design oversights. I need more belts. I need more belts, folks.
You know, I was reading a Reddit thread.
Blech.
I know. But I was reading a Reddit thread of like people trying to ask engineers their thoughts and opinions on Factorio. And they were just like, you know, I've gotten that before, and it's just like, no. It's like, no, this shit's like nothing like engineering whatsoever. And then all the software engineers immediately hopped in and were just like, oh, this is like basically software engineering in a nutshell. There was a really nice video essay. I don't remember the name of the channel because I'm really bad with names. That basically said like, it's like, oh, this is all just software engineering. It's like, this is literally what my day-to-day as a software engineer looks like. And it was just like kind of sewing out about it. It was very, very nice. It was a good video.
Good video. when you soy out about software engineering, folks.
Boy Meets Mini would never soy out about software engineering, now would he? See, he would never. Don't pay attention to anything that he's doing right now. It's a farce.
Listen, they said that you can never add no more lanes to the bus, and I say, balderdash. That's a bunch of poppycock. They said that it could never be done. But look at me proving them wrong. It's just that we need it now, probably. For the demand for more stuff. More advanced materials. We're filling in the gaps, folks. Filling in the gaps. Let me tell you, folks. We're filling in gaps.
Now, see, this is how you know now this is the element of good design, basically, and good forethought and thinking from myself. I will suck my own dick here a little bit. I will. Of just how easy it is for me to just completely be like, all right, we're adding another lane, and boop, 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 boop. Just like that, another lane added. Super, super easy. Super, super easy. I just want to get rid of these buffers first before we have these start to produce. So, let those have its fun for now. And then, when we start to add another lane, will be simple and easy. There we go. The bus is looking a little more full now. And we have a lot of blue chips now. So what am I doing right now? Piss science. Right. So I was building all this stuff because we need some piss. You understand? Piss? We're about to piss. You have fulfilled your purpose. It's time for you to probably be moved. Well, we're not making a piss dome. Alright, I'm not a fetishist, okay? Fuck the forestry. Fuck the rock. I am the cryptid known as the engineer. I will destroy everything. I will turn everything into a complete wastebasket. Alright, and all my stinky is nowhere near any bugs. In fact, that is the closest bug nest. I mostly want to keep these bug nests, I think, intact for later purposes. So these are going to be left alone. I'm never going to kill these bug nests. Even if pollution starts to hit them, that's fine. I'm just going to make probably a line of turrets like over here to make sure that they don't breach containment. Ever. Ever. And start destroying things, because that would be bad. I need to start thinking about a new patch of iron, don't I? That's a lot. That's probably a lot. That's a lot. Where's that damn flying car? Man, this car looks so fucking dumb. But it flies, so meh. How big is his damn patch? I mean, it's just the car sprite, but it's just like raised up. Which is like, I mean, sure, but like, couldn't you put like little bobbits on the fucking sides to make it look like it's hovering? Oh, there's a lot of iron here. And some bugs? Nope, just some worms. Who cares about those? Oh, I see that we have some medium bugs. Medium bugs! Which means we're at 0.3? Yes, we're at 0.3. Hello. Medium bug. 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 It's a big patch of oil. Okay. I've done a good amount of scouting. I will still say this looks very dumb. Alright. Piss. Now, with piss science is more for advanced military stuff than this. Which, I mean, makes piss science worth it in and of itself. What do I need to get logistics system? Wait. Hold on. We're gonna build this next. I want logistics system. I want to build a fucking bot mall to have supplies. I want logistics system. Okay, so, because normally you would need space science to get logistics system. I guess not anymore, Shaitan. Okay. Okay. Anywho, we're making low density structures. AKA LDS. Now, how many fucking LDS things do we need? I need to look at piss. Need to look at the piss. Alright, I've also posted the FD signifier video. Lovely. Okay. Piss. Utility science. I just need ratios. Okay, so 225 using 21 machines, but we're not going to be using 21 machines. We are going to be using 14 machines. So 14 machines, it's 2/3. So in terms of flying robot frames, 2/3 of 20, we have 16 machines, so we have enough for that. Plus a little extra for when we make our own for robots. So little extra just because we need a little extra. 10 for batteries. So 10 for batteries would be 2/3 of that's about 6. Well, 7 in reality because we rounded up because it'd be 6.6. So I believe we have 8 machines for batteries. Yes. So we're good in terms of batteries for the robot frames. We're good in terms of the engines as well. And all that other stuff. Cool. And then it doesn't specify how much I need for blue chips. So for low density structures, you need 60 machines. 2/3 of 60 is 40. You need 40 of them. Now you may be wondering, damn, that's a lot. Why do you need so many? LDS produces very, very slowly. Like, really slowly. Now, obviously, we're going to get a building that significantly improves that, and also LDS productivity. It's going to be kind of annoying to incorporate it with the whole design that we have here, but technically speaking, I could just, like, kind of finagle it, but it'd be pretty annoying. We need, 60 of these, and this says 150 blue chips. 150 blue chips. Okay, which means we need 100. And I think this is per minute. Yes, so we need 100 blue chips per minute for sustaining. For machines, we have the rate calculator for this. How much is this? I want per minute. So this is 18 per minute. Okay, so then we just multiply this by 6. So 24 machines. Okay. Now, generally speaking, this operates off of the assumption that you have level 3 assembly machines. So when we upgrade these things, eventually, the numbers are going to change. Now, I definitely do not have the current green chip or red chip capacity in order to be able to produce that much. That is, like, almost for certain, but we can always just, again, expand. When in doubt, just expand, forehead. Nope. So like I said, we definitely do not have enough green chips for this. I don't even have enough reds. We are definitely going to need to increase throughput now on the belts. So as you can see, we are already out of green chips. We need... I said we need a lot more. We're gonna need a lot more. This stuff is expensive. Obviously, once we get some buildings and stuff from the other planets, this will not be as big of an issue, but for the time being, as it is, this shit's gonna be rather fucking pricey. These science packs. You know, it always makes you wonder, what's with all these damn factory automation games and making copper such an expense, such a needed resource in the late game. Satisfactory does the same thing, by the way. It's just like, yeah, what do you need a fuck ton of in Satisfactory in the late game? Copper. Factorio, copper. And you need a fuck ton of it. Yeah, it's like that dumbass shit that Steven Crowder said instead of, what, conservative, big conservative, it's big copper, actually. I don't even remember what that was all about. I think it was like him being mad about Ben Shapipi or something, I don't know. No, not Benjamin. Or some other shit, I don't know. It was something dumb. I don't need to upgrade that. Oh, I did not properly connect that fucking... Boop, 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 boop. That was almost a potential problem. There we go. $1.8K, 900 per minute, 1,000 per minute. Oh, those numbers are probably gonna... Oh, no, we're good. Oh, we are good. Okay, I think we're actually fine in terms of chip production, I think. Are we? I think we are. I'm surprised, actually. I'm surprised that we're actually okay in terms of chip production. Huh. Well, well, well. I guess my brain is just too big. But just because for the sake, this is for symmetry's sake, okay? We're copying and pasting this. For the sake of symmetry. I'm out of fucking assembly machines? Yep. No, I'm not out of assembly machines. I had like 3 normal fucking assembly machines. Scared of them. Don't want them. Let me guess. We do not have enough copper for this shit. Oh, yeah. Oh, we need more copper. We need more copper. I didn't even connect these machines. What the? Well, found the problem. Oh yeah, there is never enough of anything, you know. You always need more stuff. Actually, it's not that. We have some throughput problems. Ag! You know what? We're just going to fix it like so. There. Still having some throughput problems, but that should fix it. Get rid of that shit. Lovely. Cool. Alright, throughput problems solved. For now, mostly. Lovely. Okay, piss now. We're pissing. We're pissing. We're shitting. We're shit pissing. I move really fast. Alright, so now we need low density structures and low density structures, their main shtick is they are, remember how I said you need a lot of copper? That's why you need a lot of copper. 20 copper plates for one low density structure. This is expensive, but it's very important. And you need a fuck ton of it. You need it for your piss science. You need it for rockets. You need it for a lot of stuff. Very, very copper expensive. Which is why we are probably going to need to expand the train network to include copper. Got a big patch here. Another big patch there. We stick the train stop right here. Stick the load, unload around here. Easy, easy peasy. We'll have a nice big copper mine. Well, another one. Can also grab that one. This is a nice, nice big one over here as well. Good thing about, now that we have bots, it's going to be really, really easy to expand the trade network. Very, very easy. Now you may be wondering, Daho, what if the planet just runs out of resources? And I say to you, hypothetical viewer, is, it's called space platforms. It's called space platforms hanging in geosynchronous orbit. Funniest thing about space age is resources are essentially unlimited. If you can build space platforms, you can just build a fuck ton of space platforms. Problem instantaneously solved. Okay, so, calculations. Right, we need, like, way too many of these things. We need, like, 40 of them. To be able to make consistent piss science. Or, another thing that we could do is, instead of making 40, so you can make less and then use modules. We can do that as well. I don't have beacons in order to be able to really use modules all that well. It's kind of annoying. Okay, so LDS. That's 40. I need poles. And after we have LDS, we will have everything needed to make piss science. And we can start to make piss science. And then I want to move the labs. I'm going to move the labs to here. And then after piss science, it's purple science, and then we can get the fuck out of here. But before we get the fuck out of here... Technically speaking, you don't need the piss, and you don't need the purple in order to beat the game, or to get the space. In my previous save, where I did beat the game, I did not get, you know, piss and purple in order to win. I didn't. I just stayed with blue science. Because I was just trying to get to Coverix enrichment as quickly as possible. And logistics system. And then I got the fuck off. Once I got my power situation all good and supplies, everything automated to a degree where if I was on another planet, I wouldn't have to think about anything. I may have to cut and paste all this. Do I want to do 2 lanes of low density structure? Don't know. I might do 2 lanes. I may need to move this bit here, probably. Yeah, I may need to move that bit. I'm going to deconstruct this bit. Okay, so the steel is going to get its own dedicated lane. It's fine. I'm gonna place this all somewhere else. I want to place it down a little further down. Daho, you wouldn't just make your stupid bots just uselessly slave away now, would you? No, clueless. I would never do such a thing. I would personally never do such an exercise in futility. Clueless. Never. Smile. Yoink. Also, what if I were to tell you that the copper amount that you need, by the way, even after we're done with the LDS, you need even more copper than this. That you need a fuck ton of copper. The next science after this, which is production science or purple science, you need even more fucking copper. Because you need to make productivity modules for that stuff.
So much copper, so little time. Let me tell you, folks, they keep telling me about how they need all this copper. But you know, I always just say, like, I don't know what you're talking about, guys. You know, you just have so much of it, just pull it from the ground, you know? It's just right there.
Alright, get the building.
You know, you can just pull the copper from the ground, you know? Just get it from there. It's all in there anyways.
And also, great thing about this design, we have room for beacons. So it's beaconable, it's tileable, it's just good. I don't even think I'm doing anything special. This is just, I don't know, what I've, I suppose, gathered from overall experience and just playing the game at this point for long enough. Boop, boop. There we go. That should be 40. Yep. Alright, now it's time for the piss. First we need to flick this shit on. Time to piss ourselves. We're gonna piss. Fuck you, sand rocks. How about you go kick rocks, huh? Sand rocks.
Many people are saying that the sand rock should go kick rocks. Now, I'm not saying those things personally, folks, but, you know, people have been saying that the sand rocks need to go kick rocks.
Alright, let's flick this dumbass shit on. Starting with the steel. Can I even get the steel in there? A lot of damn underground belts. Um, hmm. Well, for that side, it's not a problem. For this side, a bit of a problem. A lot of shit in the way.
There's too much stuff in the way. It's not good, folks. Not good.
So that's not gonna work. As for the copper, I need to move this down again. God damn it. Could I stick it in line with the processing chips? Blue chips. Okay, that should be fine. Ugh. Sir, it would appear that we are out of power in your suit. Well, son of a bitch. Okay. I think we are good to flick this shit on. The moment of truth is here. Are we making enough copper? Well, we're about to find out.
It's a moment of truth, folks. Are we making enough copper? My suspicion is that we are not. That we need more copper. Which is why I need to slap more tariffs on specifically Korea and Japan in order to get more copper. That's how that works, folks. You know, that's how you make a lot of copper. You know, you slap tariffs on everybody.
That's how Trump unironically believes it works, you know?
It's like, listen, I tariff them, they give you copper. That's how it works, right?
Like, it's just like complete gamification and everything. It's like, alright, dude. Yeah, man. That is how it works. Excellent gambit, sir. Excellent gambit, sir. Brilliant as always. Damn it, this pipe is in the way. Curses. Pipe. How am I going to move the pipe? I don't want to move this down further. there's the copper. Now for the plastic. Alright, and that should start production of low density structures. Boom. On one half. Woo, LDS, we're getting closer and closer to being able to build a rocket. Woo, rockets, yay!
I'm Elon Musk, because I built a lot of rockets that probably explode.
Well, technically speaking, we have 2 of the 3 parts in order to make a rocket. The only thing we need now is rocket fuel. Which is pretty easy to make. 1.2K. The belts themselves are also not fast enough in order to be able to provide the fucking copper, but there's nothing we can really do about that. That's just gonna have to be an upgrade in belts. Belts not fast enough to provide for the upgrades. Unfortunate. Because again, the amount of copper you need for this shit is pretty fucking nuts. It's a lot of copper. But there we go. We have low density structures now. Yay. 1.9K copper. We make about 1.9K. We have, I think we are probably okay in terms of copper. It should be about 2,400 copper that this is consuming per minute. Yeah, 2,400 per minute. We have enough, I think. Problem is that the it's about 40 copper per second that's getting consumed, and the belt is not fast enough to provide the copper. Now, if I were to split this into 2, it would be enough, but we have another tier of belt which moves 45 items per second, so that will cover it. So, You know, we can just deal with the fact that it's 30 for the time being. It's not the end of the world. Oh yeah, we need purple science for that. So we're working on piss science right now. Piss science will not get us the higher tier belt. The purple will. Piss, no. Purple, yes. But we have low density structures. And onto the bus it goes. Do I want to put it on the bus? It's on there now. Science. AKA piss. Where do I fit the piss in? Probably have to do it like over here. Piss science time. So we want 14. Where are my blue chips? Right there, huh? Well, let's get rid of this. It's the other belt. So we want to go right here. Need more inserters. It's gonna be kind of annoying to get the low density structures and the other thing on the belt because they are kind of right beside each other. Slight oversight. Oh well. That may have been a slight oversight on my part.
We do a little trolling, folks. It's called we do a little trolling. Sometimes you fuck up, okay? And you just decide to put your shit on the same belt. And, you know, that's okay, folks, you know? Could be worse. You could be crashing out over Jeffrey Epstein instead, folks, you know? But, you know, sometimes you just don't have to crash out over Jeffrey Epstein. You know, sometimes you just don't have to crash out over Jeffrey, you know? My good pal Jeffrey Epstein. Listen, folks, we all know how much I am a big fan of Jeffrey. He's my good pal, my good friend, Jeffrey Epstein.
We're moving this a little lower. Okay. That should be good now. do not know why I'm advancing the gear part of the bus any further. We need these. We really do not need the coal anymore. But I mean, it's for consistency's sake, I suppose. Yeah, I think that's why I'm doing it. It's just for consistency's sake. I mean, it's not doing any harm, but whatever. But sir, it's uselessly just staying on the belt. Okay, and?
Cope and seethe check.
Son of a bitch. One short. Fucking damn tree. So what happens when you don't destroy the forests? So what happens when you don't light the forests on fire? Fuck you, Smokey. And that is piss. Piss acquired. We are now peeing our pants. Piss has been acquired. We are successful. We got PP science. P science acquired. We can now all piss our pants. Look at all that piss. Man, look at all that piss. And yeah, we are already having fucking copper throughput issues and circuit problems, but you know. Oh, we do actually produce enough electronic circuits. Well, it's not going to be enough if it also needs to be supplied with this. We almost produced enough electronic circuits. Definitely don't produce enough. What? Probably these. What we're missing the most is, red circuits, but this fucking damn cliff is in the way. So we're just gonna have to suck it up Buttercup for the time being. We are actually fine in terms of that. No we're not. 4.2 per second. It should be fine for now. It's not the end of the world. Says that it's actually the end of the world. Clueless. I think we're just short. We're definitely probably short on copper though. 2.3k. How much am I producing? 1.8k. And we need about 4k. Yeah, we are short on copper. So we need more copper. We need a fuck ton more copper. We are just eating through all the copper. That is our current problem. Not enough copper. Copper? Ain't nowhere close to being enough, which means we just need a lot more copper. We're also soon going to need more iron. Because our current iron patch is starting to get a little low. Just a little low. We do have this patch here. It's a small one, though. Well, let's tap it for now so we can just get it out of the way. Go fucking fix it. Alright. Now, how the fuck are we gonna bring this iron down? This mine will not last very long. I think it only has, what, 360k iron in it? It's fine by me. Gotta slurp that shit up anyways. Alright, get to mining. Whoops. Okay, that'll work. I can't believe that Boy Meets Mini is now playing Autism Simulator. I can't believe it. This is inconceivable. Don't you hacker man's me, Boy Meets Mini. You're autistic! It's okay, so am I. I am also autistic. Need more drills. That's gonna run out soon. Out of plates. Need more plates. Or not plates. I need more belts. But listen, thoughts and prayers for Boy Meets Mini for now getting addicted to crack. Sorry to say, Boy Meets Mini, but you are about to start a drug addiction. You still have an opportunity to turn back. Drugs are not for everybody. And I understand if your loved ones will fear for your life for a while, should you get into this addiction. That is your only warning that I am giving you, Boy Meets Mini. Proceed at your own caution. Now see, that's what they always say, and then Boy Meets Mini just ends up getting owned. Factorio does have multiplayer, by the way. And there's a bunch of big rocks here. Waste all this ammo, shooting these rocks. Fuck you. It's a little more than 120, but that's fine. Not the end of the world, to be honest. Let's get rid of this one. It's definitely not how you balance these lanes properly, but fuck it. With a 3-to-1 lane balancer. But it's the starter patch, who the fuck cares? Or what? Got him. Fell for it again. Can't believe you'd walk into the easiest ploy of life, Alex. Got him. Got him, so funny. Why am I the most hilarious man on the planet? Am I really missing an inserter? That's hilarious. And the copper flows once again. The bobber flows once again. Huh? I don't know if Factorio is Turing complete. Yeah, Magic the Gathering is Turing complete. There's a video about it. Like, unironically. I mean, if you... I mean, could you use Factorio to build a I mean, there's circuit logic in the game. You can make memory cells and stuff in Factorio, so I guess technically speaking, by that respect, yeah, I guess it is Turing complete. Like, you could write programs. I've seen people write programs in Factorio using circuits. So, by that technical aspect, yeah, this game is Turing complete. But there we go. The copper-based products are now flowing once again. The three-body problem. No! No! I do foresee a bottleneck being here. In fact, there will definitely be a bottleneck there. I should fix this now. Bottleneck fixed. Bottleneck? What bottleneck? Her neck. Dab. Got him. Everyone point and laugh at Boy Meets Mini. Emote failure. Point and laugh at this user. It's like embed failure, but with an emote. Interesting. That seems a little sus. Little sus. Amugus. That seems a little sus. But we have fixed our throughput problem there. That was definitely there. We love fixing throughput problems. I love having such a big brain. here's the final thing that we're going to fix up is this thing. It is time to probably upgrade our steel production. Why not? I did not finish upgrading these belts. That's okay. We'll do that later. Well, that's a little unfortunate. Hmm. Well, you know, sometimes problems require creative solutions. Unique problems require unique solutions, is what they say.
Many people are saying that you need to have creative solutions to problems. And what can I say, folks? I am the best at creating problems and solutions to problems. Look at me. I just did it. You see, folks? There is a problem. I solved it with my big brain.
Alright. I think this is a fine area to stop for now. We have upgraded the bus and we have piss science now.
Look at that. It looks so much better now. So good, folks. So good. It's fantastic. Let me tell you. It's very good.
Alright. Boo. I'm gonna go grab some water.
We're gonna grab some water, folks.
We are back. We are so Barack. We are so, whatever. Are those Destiny simps still fucking mad at the Destiny video? Stay mad.
They're still mad. Stay mad. Losers. They're still mad.
Wait, Factorio has been redesigned in Unreal Engine 5. You have my attention. Imagine this game in Unreal Engine 5. Ooh. I mean, the sprite work certainly has a certain aesthetic to it, you know? It's a nice aesthetic. I don't know. I can only imagine just how much, like, processing this would need in order for it to be, like, good with fucking Unreal Engine 5. Oh yeah, it would probably make your GPU explode. Project is now open source at GitHub. Few 5 for Factorio Unreal Engine 5, I assume. I mean, it looks beautiful. The factory must grow, that's true. That's true. That is the mantra of Factorio. The factory, it must grow at all points, at all times. Oh, that's cute. Someone like, I can now, that's actually a really, really interesting interpretation for as to how the engineer is able to carry all of these things. Like, it was a small, it was a small capsule that the engineer throws, and then it just deployed into a laser turret. And you could hypothetically say the same thing, because in terms of, like, the animations for how things get built in space, it's all, like, a bunch of, like, random scaffolding just, like, comes up. And it's almost as if it forms the building when you build in space. I guess it's, like, a similar sort of idea. That's really clever. I like that. I like that a lot. That is a that is a clever interpretation. I like that.
I like it a lot, folks. Let me tell you, I think it looks beautiful. Fantastic, you could say. Very good. Very, very good.
Zoran Mamdani also was at DC today, wasn't he? Wonder why Zoran was at DC.
I've been wanting to...
And we're gonna have to get to this, the fucking putis. I know you heard him. We all heard him. Okay, don't want that. Shut up. Everyone heard the fucking puto.
We heard the fucking putis.
Why is there a video of someone making, like, crocheted fucking Barbie dolls of all the fucking Coomer bait fucking Pokemon? Lopunny, fucking Vaporeon. They even threw in Umbreon. Well, Umbreon's not a Coomer bait, but Umbreon's a fan favorite because of its, like, design. It's not Coomer bait. Why are we Coomer baiting fucking Umbreon, bro? What's going on here? What the hell are we doing? Do I want to talk about Lauren Southern talking about sexual assault allegations against Andrew Tate? Do I want to talk about that? Do we care? Like, shocker, the most unsurprising thing happened. Over there. Ugh. Release the Epstein files, trending with 141k posts. Man, it really is just incredible just how much the Trump administration fucked up with that shit, dude. Like, honestly, like, a bunch of conservative influencers are pissed about it. Like, he's lost, like, Matt Walsh, Cernovich, Fuentes. I mean, Fuentes was already, like, kind of rocky, apparently, but he still, like, fell in line anyway. Yeah, we talked about this yesterday, Boy Meets Mini. Oh, you weren't there. You were streaming. Yeah, he lost Walsh and Cernovich. Like, they're talking about how this has been, like, completely fucking bungled. Which is crazy. No, I mean, it really is just incredible just how, like, badly this has all been bungled. Like, let's be honest here. Completely unforced fucking error here by Donald Trump and the administration. Like, wholeheartedly. And, I mean, we can talk about how it's, like, really fucking stupid. And, I mean, I have talked about how it's, like, yeah, I mean, it's over something that is really stupid. But to these people, it's, like, core fundamental belief to them, right? Like, this is, like, huge for them. It's enormous. Because, I mean, listen, we all understand the meme, right? Like, we've said, like, everyone on the left has said, like, dude, I mean, literally, like, we've even said ourselves how this is, like, really bad and everything. Like, seriously? Like, we have all the tapes. We have everything. There's photos. There's interviews. There's stuff that's got him pretty tied to the hip to fucking Jeffrey Epstein. And now you people want to recognize it? You still thought he was going to release it? I mean, it's just they're criminally undereducated. It's really just lumping bullshit. It really is just lumping shit. Like, quite literally. Like, I don't know. Would it be, like, better to just be, like, I don't know, fucking a Luddite or some shit instead? Just, like, completely detach yourself from all reality and technology? Just become a Luddite? I don't know. Maybe it's, like, easier that way. That is what a Luddite means, I'm pretty sure, right? Yes. Like, maybe it would be easier in life to just become a Luddite. Honestly, the Luddites hate the boss machines. Think about it, Alex. Think about it, think about it.
Many people are saying things about the Luddites.
Okay, let's fucking grab a bunch of bullshit. Damn, Matt Walsh even fucking released a segment in his show talking about we can't move on from Jeffrey Epstein. We need justice. Damn! I'm not sure how annoying it might be for me to grab the Nick Fuentes fucking clip of him talking about Donald Trump. But, it's a lot of fallout, man. The fallout is pretty fucking crazy. They're trying to go after Zoran Mamdani, saying that, wait, prisons and jails should be abolished? Wait, that just makes him based. Nobody likes fucking private prisons. No one likes prisons and jail. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why are you guys trying to use that on a fucking, as a gotcha on Zoran? This is gonna make him look more based. What are you doing? It's like, wait, based? Wait, New Yorkers are excited about Rikers being emptied into Manhattan. Wait, is Rikers even popular? Approval rating on Rikers Island. There's widespread governmental and public concern about the jail's conditions, leading to efforts to close it down. Yeah, I was about to say, like, from what I recall, it was even said in the debate that they wanted to close Rikers Island. Makes me think it's not very popular. Fucking Ted Cruz. What a fucking moron, bro. If it's the express purpose of making fun of that man, Ted Cruz, that is fine by me. fuck up. True. True, Alex. They probably should go to Rikers. Fuck it. Why not? YOLO swag. We're not going to Pepe post about that one. We're just going to be like, yeah. Yes. Send Eric Adams and
Andrew Cuomo
to Rikers.
They're gonna be sent over to Rikers, folks, let me tell you. The careful hum of industry, folks. We love the careful, simplistic hum of industry. Don't we, folks? It's very good.
Oi. All right. What do we got here? Lauren Southern accusing Andrew Tate of sexually assaulting her, new memoir excerpt. Carried me back to the hotel room and asked me to sleep beside him. I was incredibly intoxicated. He wanted to go further. I said no multiple times and try to pull his hands off me. Damn. That's crazy. And some part of me was convinced that because he was Tommy's friend, he wasn't particularly dangerous. Yeah, dude, the same guy who got kicked off of a reality TV show for hitting the women that was there, that he was like trying to sexually assault. Whoops. It was a poor decision, but it happened. He kissed me. I wasn't expecting it, and I wasn't looking for it, but I kissed him back briefly and then told him I wanted to sleep. I was extraordinarily tired. Well, the problem is that you kissed him back. So now he's just going to go forward with it, thinking that, you know, he has consent. Because Andrew Tate's the type of dude who doesn't understand what the concept of consent is, because he's a rapist. But, whatever. The worst thing about this is that fucking Lauren Southern's going to, like, blame herself for this, because she's the type of person to blame herself, saying, like, you know, I kind of got myself into this situation. Like, I couldn't, like, get out of this. So, like, it's probably my fault. Like, she even said, like, you know, it was a poor decision. It's just like, well, no. Tate himself also has fucking agency in this particular aspect. He just does this because he's a rapist. Like, that's really about it. So, honestly, it's just like, well, unlucky for Lauren Southern. I don't know if unlucky is the correct word. Whatever. He wanted to go further. I said no very clearly multiple times and tried to pull his hands off me. He put his arm around my neck and became strangling me unconscious. He likes to rape him unconscious, does he? That's cool. Great. Very, very cool, Andrew. I tried to fight back. He repeatedly strangled me every time I regained enough consciousness to pull at his arms. I'd prefer not to share the rest. It's pretty obvious. Well, that's, that she definitely got sexually assaulted there by fucking goddamn Andrew Tate. Shouldn't go with that any saying here, but, well, yeah. What, the dude who, I don't know if he sexually assaulted Michaela Peterson. I don't think he did. I think he went on a date with her more than likely. But, whoa, the dude who got kicked off of a fucking goddamn reality TV show for sexually assaulting female contestants there is a serial sexual abuser. Like, well, crazy. Hey, listen, he already got his ass fucking prosecuted and convicted in Romania, okay? We're good, all right? Like, his dumbass has listen, his dumbass went to America because Donald Trump told him to come to America, okay? So, you know, honestly, it's just the worst part about this is that Lauren Southern since she's a conservative woman and is trying to do the whole conservative trad wife bit, she's gonna blame herself for this instead of blaming the actions of Tate. And that's honestly, like, I don't know, the most sad part about this. I don't know. Nothing really else to say here besides that, I think. Cool. Oh, 1000%, right? Like the whole trad wife thing that she tries to do. Yeah. Obviously, you know? I don't think it's not like silly to say that, you know, whatever. Like it's really not like ridiculous or silly to say that what like Lauren Southern has had like an impact in people probably getting like sexually assaulted by abusive men. Like she herself has even had like a testimony saying like, yeah, it is just really shitty and difficult to be with these alt-right men who she tried to court on purpose, saying like, this is fucking miserable. Why did I fucking do this? It's like, whoa, it's almost as if the left was completely correct about their assessments of alt-right men. And I don't know, you just decided not to listen at some point. Like, not to victim blame, obviously, in this particular instance, but it's like, yeah, you've been told, like, at some point, I can only extend so much fucking grace, to be quite honest. Like, yeah, like, get owned, I guess, or something. I don't know, like, what else is really to be said here besides, like, I don't know, get owned? I don't think there's really, like, anything else to say besides, well, you know, like, yeah, this is, whoa, consequences of my actions being, well, pretty laid out, pretty bare. I don't know, like, she's been told. She didn't heed the advice because, I don't know, she was more interested in getting those conserva bucks. So, now she suffered some fucking consequences for it. I mean, she even slept with fucking, Destiny, for fuck's sake, okay? I mean, you know, I've said this before, but yeah, Destiny is a fucking conservative. I mean, he slept with fucking Lauren Southern, and he courted fucking Lauren Southern, and, like, other, like, right-wing fucking weirdos, so, I don't know, like, honestly, to be honest, that's more of an indictment on Destiny, to be honest. Like, let's be honest. Let's be real here. That's more of an indictment on fucking Esteban Bonoblo the third. Okay, we're making
fun of Mr. Borelli, Mr. Borelli, Mr. Borelli, Mr. Borelli, Mr. Bonabelli, Mr. Borelli, Mr. Bonoblo.
God, bro. Mr. Borelli, Mr. Bonebli, Mr. That fucking debate he had with fucking Norm Finkelstein was so fucking stupid, man. God, that was the dumbest shit on the fucking planet, man. So fucking stupid. So fucking stupid. Mr. Borelli, Mr. Bonabelli, Mr. Schaffelli, Mr. Spaffelli. God, bro. Alright. Enough of that. I think it's time to talk about our boy here. Alright. Zoran Mamdani talking about abolishing prisons and jail. What purpose do they serve besides making people feel good? I guess he means like shareholders feel good or whatever. Let's see what exactly he says. I mean, we have Jack Posobiec and Ted Cruz complaining about it. So, I mean, listen, we understand the sort of like idea behind prison abolition. It's not about like actually like getting rid of the, I don't know, the sort of institution. It's more about like introducing, well, heavy reforms and slash getting rid of the profit incentive that currently exists for fucking jail, okay? Because as it is right now, jails and prisons, not working as how they are supposed to. They are meant to be places for rehabilitation, and instead they are being used for either slave labor or abuse, which is, well, not working. So, if the Nordic countries have this shit figured out, I'm sure that the US can also figure it out. But what do we got here?
Are prisons obsolete?
Whew, coming through with the quotes, coming through with the titles of the books. I have to read that, actually. I haven't read that as yet. But I think that, frankly, I mean, what purpose do they serve? Right? I think we have to ask ourselves that, which is that, I think a lot of people who defend the carceral state, they defend the idea of it and the way it makes them feel.
So, what purpose does it even serve besides making people feel good? So, Jack Posobiec already sort of like taking the clip out of context because he's an idiot. So, that's cool. Fantastic. Excellent. He was talking about how it makes other people feel, right? And I'm pretty sure that's even a point within Angela Davis's book about are prisons obsolete. So, 3 IQ conservative doesn't understand sarcasm. And Ted Cruz, like, I don't think you want to bring up Rikers because there have been people talking about, well, wanting to potentially get rid of fucking Rikers Island because of abuse and scandals with Rikers Island. Not exactly a popular position with the public of New York. So, I'm pretty sure they would be okay with the abolition of fucking Rikers Island. So, two stupid fucking dipshits here barely understanding what sarcasm means. He didn't even say that people feel good. He was talking about how it makes people feel, such as stupid, rich, white dumb fucks such as yourselves who will never go to fucking jail at all because, white-collar crime barely gets fucking prosecuted within the United States of America. But, you guys are okay with sending blacks and browns to the fucking goddamn jails because, again, you guys are fucking two dumbass fucking racist pieces of shit. So, as expected from dumb fucks like Jack Posobiec, who is a Nazi, and a dumb fuck like Cruz, who is, Israel dick sucker, that they just like prisons because it's an expression of racism and an inner desire of a particular kind of supremacy, white supremacy. I think that's really about it, to be honest. Cool. I do not like that man, Ted Cruz. I do not like the way he walks in his shoes. I don't remember I was trying to go with like the John Oliver bit about Ted Cruz, where he makes like a little, I think it's a limerick about Ted Cruz every single time he talks about Ted Cruz. And they're funny, like funny limericks, and it's just like, that's funny. I can't do it. I can't write. I'm not. If I could write, I can't do it. But I do not like that man, Ted Cruz. They're really good. They're really, really well written by his staff. They do a very, very good job at writing those fucking limericks. I think it's called a limerick. I'm pretty sure it's a limerick. I'm like 95% certain it's a limerick. Now it just has me curious. Limerick. Five-line poem, typically humorous, with a strict AABBA rhyme scheme and a distinct rhythm. Oh yeah, it's definitely a fucking limerick. Dude, they're funny. And what is it? John Oliver, Ted Cruz poem. Oh shit, we found it. Can I play it? I should be able to play it. Ack. Where's the Ted Cruz bit? Where is it? Yeah, way too fucking dank, dude. Jesus. Oh, I just want the fucking limerick. Is this just the limerick?
I do not like that man, Ted Cruz. I do not like his far-right views. I do not like his stupid chin. I do not like his smarmy grin. I do not like him with a beard. I do not like him freshly sheared. I do not like Ted Cruz at all. That man, Ted Cruz, can suck my balls. I do not like that man, Ted Cruz. I do not like him in the news. I do not like what he just said. I do not like his boxy head. I do not like him wearing glasses. I do not like him kissing arses. I wish he'd never get one vote. That man, Ted Cruz, can lick my scrot. I do not like that man, Ted Cruz. I do not like his backward views. I do not like his stupid suits. I do not like his cowboy boots. I do not like him when he sneezes. I do not like him eating cheeses. I hate to see his dumb face smirking because his beard looks like a merkin. I do not like that man.
I don't know what a merkin is. I listen, I like the fact that it's a compilation. Yeah, he's done this multiple times. It's like a bit he does with Ted Cruz. He just makes a limerick out of his name. It's really funny. Oh, pubes. Ah. It's a Britishism, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, it's a Britishism.
And Ted Cruz, I do not like his far-right views. I do not like him in these reads. I do not like him when he feeds. I do not like him by a wall. I do not like this shit at all. I do not like him as Santa's elf. That man, Ted Cruz, can fuck himself. I do not like that Ted Cruz man. I do not like him shouting Klan. I do not like him in a room. I do not like him in Cancun. I do not like him playing ball. I do not like his face at all. I wish he'd lose his cushy job. That man, Ted Cruz, is a fucking knob.
That's pretty good. Very, very good. That's good. That's good. It's so good, dude. And that's how we get copyrighted. It's whatever. Who cares? It's funny. It's funny. Who gives a shit? I do not like that man, Ted Cruz. I also do not like that man, Ted Cruz. Very, very good. Very, very good. Oh, man, dude. It's just funny, man. It's just funny. I'm just glad I was correct and just appropriately calling it a limerick. I was like, yeah, it is a limerick. Look at that. I figured it out. My brain is large, and I am in charge. I need to take a shower. Not the tomorrow morning problem. All right. Who gives a shit about any of that stuff? All right, what do we have here? Donald Trump has been diagnosed with chronic venous insufficiency. Is it basically what? Blood flow problems? Leg veins fail to return blood efficiently to the heart. Oh, okay. Cool. Lovely. So what? He's got, it's like the swollen ankle bit, right? Swollen ankles?
That many in the media have been
Yeah, swollen fucking ankles. And, I don't know. He's old. He's 79. I guess I more so want to just talk about how, yeah, I think it might be a bad thing for very important world leaders to be this probably old, right? We all know, like, Joe Biden's brain was fucking leaking out of his ears during the entirety of his presidency because he's just, like, really, really old. Like, he was, like, 80-something. He was, like, 80-something when he left, right? It's more so the kind of idea that I want to focus on here. Making it such that, he defers, like, most of the policy and other stuff to, say, like, people like Brett McGurk. If you know anything about, like, Brett McGurk, he is one of the most rabid Zionists possibly on the fucking planet in terms of, the justifications for as to why, Gaza got as bad as it got during the Joe Biden administration, and why it seemingly looked like he was just doing absolutely nothing about it. Because, listen, he decided to give the reins over to someone like Brett McGurk, right? And similar thing with, like, Donald Trump here. Why is, like, the immigration stuff as bad as it is right now? Well, Let's be honest here. It's because of the fact he more than likely has completely deferred all responsibility to the shadow president, that being, well, Stephen Miller. And we all know with this, like, dumb, idiotic, like, incompetent apparatchiks, like, just kind of, like, running around everywhere, just, like, causing mischief and mayhem and just, I don't know, seemingly, like, destroying the country, I suppose, for lack of a better term. And it's because he's too old, his brain is leaking out of his ears, he just wants to do, like, dumb fuck rallies and just play golf. That's all he wants to do in reality. Do you think that Donald Trump wants to do the work of the presidency? Fuck no, of course not. But, like, dude, like, he's doing it, he defers it all to his, like, his cabinet and people that he's, like, putting in because of, well, he can't do it himself. Brain leak out of ear too much. Oh, yeah, I mean, like, from what I understand, like, this is, like, it is not good, right? Like, would I be surprised if he died of, like, old age in office? No. Is it gonna happen? Probably not. He is the president of the United States. He more than likely has access to probably the greatest possible health care on the planet. More than likely. He can probably get, like, I don't know, the special adrenochrome sort of, treatment in order to make sure that he doesn't, like, get, die within office or some shit. Like, let's be honest here. From what I've read, this is potential heart failure on the horizon. I mean, considering the fact that he still likes to eat McDonald's at the ripe old age of 79, I think it stands to reason that there might be potential for heart failure for Donald Trump. But what, we have, like, Caroline Levitt speaking about this shit.
Speculating about bruising on the president's hands and also swelling in the president's legs. So in the effort of transparency, the president wanted me to share a note from his physician with all of you today.
You know, it's surprising that they are being somewhat transparent about this because typically, again, they would keep stuff like this under wraps. But I think, broadly speaking, everyone already understands that Donald Trump is, like, too much of, like, old man grandpa syndrome, and his brain is leaking out of his ears too much already, for him to be able to, like, properly run the job of the presidency. Which is why, again, like, maybe, just maybe, a job like the president of the United States should not be done by people who are over 80 years old, to be honest. Yeah, just maybe. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, maybe. I think you're probably right there, Alex. Yeah, I think they're being transparent, quote unquote, because it's much worse. Probably. Like, again, would I be surprised if he has, like, sudden heart problems? Maybe. He gets, like, angry and more stressed out, which certainly is not a sort of helper in terms of this, right? He's been, like, getting angry, especially with all this stuff going on with the Epstein files, right? He is probably not a very, very, relaxed man. He's probably constantly stressed out about the fact that more than likely he's going to get got, being partially responsible for, like, stuff that happened in the fucking Epstein files. Like, listen, his time's not long for the world, to be honest. But, well, what do we got here? I mean, it's more so, like, just kind of the fact that maybe, just maybe, we shouldn't be having world leaders who are, like, 80 plus years old. Maybe younger, like 60s, 50s, 60s. I think that might be a significant improvement.
In recent weeks, President Trump noted mild swelling in his lower legs. In keeping with routine medical care and out of an abundance of caution, this concern was thoroughly evaluated by the White House Medical Unit. The president underwent a comprehensive examination, including diagnostic vascular studies. Bilateral lower extremity venous Doppler ultrasounds were performed and revealed chronic venous insufficiency, a benign and common condition, particularly in individuals.
She's saying that this is benign? Are you sure about that? Buddy, how much McDonald's does this man eat? Let's be honest, how much McDonald's does he eat? If he's still eating fucking McDonald's, even right now, this shit's not fucking benign. And he's been getting more and more stressed recently because of all the bullshit that's like going on right now in the world, especially with the Epstein stuff. This stuff is not going to be benign potentially for very long.
Individuals over the age of 70. Importantly, there was no evidence of deep vein thrombosis or arterial disease. Laboratory testing included a complete blood count, comprehensive metabolic panel, coagulation profile, D-dimer, B-type natriuretic peptide, and cardiac biomarkers. All results were within normal limits. An echocardiogram was also performed and confirmed normal cardiac structure and function, no signs of heart failure, renal impairment.
No, not yet. Again, we also have to like operate potentially under the assumption that something could just potentially happen, right? Like when it comes to stuff like this, things can just like change on like a dime, quite literally. That's not like ridiculous or hyperbolic to say, right? Like this is a very, very common sort of occurrence with like potential like health problems like this. Like some random bullshit can just all of a sudden happen and it just make everything worse for everybody, right?
Or systemic illness were identified. Additionally, recent photos of the president have shown minor bruising on the back of his hand. This is consistent with minor soft tissue irritation from frequent handshaking and the use of aspirin, which is taken as part of a standard cardiovascular prevention regimen. This is a well-known and benign side effect of aspirin therapy, and the president remains in excellent...
Aspirin fucking therapy? That's a fucking therapy? Just popping pills, like, with fucking aspirin or some shit? Jesus fucking Christ, bro.
Health, which I think all of you witness on a daily basis here. So the president...
Excellent Health is doing a lot of fucking work there. Have you, like... Has anyone ever seen this man speak, especially, like, recently? His brain is fucking leaking out of his ears, constantly trying to, like, I don't know, do everything possible, like, throw the complete, like, I don't know, bath the fucking water in it to just try to deflect off of what the stuff that he's involved with in the Epstein fucking files. He's, like, getting more erratic. He's been slurring his words more and more. We've seen that in the campaign trail when he's been like speaking. It's not he's suffering from old man syndrome. He's an old ass man, and now this stuff, which is a sign for potential heart disease. Like again, we've done the meme sort of like he is not a very very fucking healthy dude. Okay, let's be honest here. Yeah, like it's he's having old man syndrome, Russa. Let's be honest here. He's just an old ass man. And again, like I said before, the sort of path to fucking heart disease not looking great for him, especially considering the fact that, well, he's been getting more and more stressed as a result of the stuff that's going on with the Epstein files and how it's just not going down with people, right? Like he's losing support and it's not looking good, dude. It's not looking good. And he's getting more and more stressed out about it, which is definitely not going to be good for his heart and stuff. Like, let's be quite honest here. So, you know, excellent health? I don't know about that one.
Wanted me to share that note with all of you. I'm happy to take further questions on it.
Okay. Nothing really else is said there. Yeah, I more so just want to talk about and sort of like focused that about the sort of fact that, hey guys, maybe just maybe we should just not have world leaders, especially ones like the president of the United States, who are like 80 plus years old or getting close to like 80 years old, considering how stressful the job is. And I would even extend this to like Bernie Sanders, for example, even though he's still like, you know, sharp and with it, which is like a complete, like, incredible thing in of itself, but, you know, good for Bernie Sanders. He's just built different, I suppose. I don't know. Even I would say, like, yeah, I don't think he should be, like, I don't know, really sort of, like, running for the presidency. Yeah, I mean, even the BJP, like you're saying, Boy Meets Minnie is looking to replace Modi, because, you know, late 70s, right? It has an effect, man. Like, being a world leader is not not an easy job. It's a stressful environment. There's like a lot of work that you constantly have to do, right? Well, unlike Trump, who constantly tries to defer everything to his like cabinet and like Stephen Miller and stuff. You know the meme, like Stephen Miller, shadow president and whatnot. Blah 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 blah. Right? We've done the whole like rigmarole, fuck McGee, kind of a deal with that. Like, maybe, just maybe, we shouldn't have like 80-plus-year-old dudes, like late 70s-year-old dudes, in positions of great significance and power, especially when their brain are constantly leaking out of their ears, especially with like people like Donald Trump and like Joe Biden. Especially if it's something as important as the president of the United States. I don't know. I feel like that's just like something that's kind of like throw out there into the ether. It shouldn't be like, I don't know, too ridiculous or crazy to say. Like, let's be honest here. Like, this stuff is only going to get worse and worse, especially with like the heart disease. Like, would I be surprised if like Donald Trump like died from like heart disease or something? Because especially like due to like all the stress that he's constantly going through now, especially with like the Epstein file stuff. I wouldn't be personally surprised about it, but I don't know. Like, personally, I really don't think that you should be having incredibly important world leader positions at like 70 plus years old. Think there should be probably a cutoff there, just for like, I don't know, getting for like not necessarily for like just fresh new blood, but just for like the sort of like stress of the whole thing for on the body of like these I don't know, people in their twilight years mostly. If anything, I'm advocating for mercy. I don't know. I think that's all I really got to say about that, to be honest. Koff should be 61, 4 years before retirement. Sure, why not? Fuck it. There's a reason why retirement's, going around that at that age as well, right? All right. I really needed to clear that shit. I'm fucking phlegmy right now, dude. I'm jerking off on camera. It's my spray bottle. I'm jorking it with my peanuts. Who up dorkin' date peanuts on cam? It's not me. I'm not doing that. My sniffer is the best sniffer because it's a rat. Look at that little guy. He do be sniffing. All right. That's much better. Bet Melania can't wait for him to pass. I mean, that's been like a what? That's been like a meme that's like been swirling around Trump since like his first term, to be honest, right? Like, quite literally. I do not need that open. Shut up. Like, we all know that Melania Trump is not a fan of that man, Donald Trump. Insert limerick here about Donald Trump or something, I do not like that man, Trump. I do not like him on the stump. I do not like him when he's in a flump. I don't even know. He says he'll have one last drink on the day Trump dies to celebrate. That's funny. I understand. Do I not have Pepe laugh? Of all the things I do not have, I don't have a fucking Pepe laugh. What the heck? I do have a Pepe laugh. It's just the P in Pepe laugh is not fucking capitalized. Why the fuck is that not capitalized? You know what? We're getting a better Pepe laugh. This one's way better. It's animated. There we go. Yeah, small P. Small P, point and laugh at it. Small penis. That Pepe laugh has a small penis. And now we have a Pepe laugh with a big penis. The penis is large. We did add the Zoran emote. So now everyone can say Zoran, and Zoran's face will lovingly appear. Big penis. It's got a big penis, folks. Let me tell you. I don't remember if I said this story before, but when I was like living with a bunch of buddies of mine during university, they like I don't even remember how the conversation came up, but they were talking about like measuring their dicks. And I said to them, I have never measured my dick before. Like, never in my life. And they're just like, bullshit. Bullshit you did. I'm so for real. I'm like, what is the criterion for you, like, measuring it? What, are you supposed to measure it, like, flaccid? Or are you supposed to measure it when it's fucking hard or some shit? I'm like, why the fuck, like, why would you want to, like, measure your penis, right? Like, who the fuck cares about...
Why are you gay?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, why are you gay? I should have asked him, like, it's kind of like, it's like, I don't know why you're like doing this with men. Seems kind of homosexual or something, you know. Seems kind of like pull out the '90s classic, a metrosexual or some shit, right? Like some dumbass fucking shit like that. It's like that's a little weird. Like, why the fuck would you want to do it? You know, I just thought it was like strange. I'm just like why? Why like just do a dick measuring contest? Like actually, like literally for some reason. I just thought it was weird, to be honest. Which is why I never did it, because I was just like, I don't know. I'm just going to assume that I'm above average, because I'm, in terms of, like, everything else, I am above average. So I'm just going to, like, operate under the assumption that it is above average. Which I guess is fine. It's cool and good. It's cool, it's good. It's all fantastic, folks. Why is this person saying it's American territory? Stop LARPing as Gaza. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, it's about the fucking... Oh, attempted occupation. Wow, imagine defending the ICE occupation on Instagram Reels. Hey, Boy Meets Mini, you want to shit on someone on Instagram? Shit on some fucking dumbass loser? Is that a totem conf? Yes, it's a totem conf. It's a Nazi. They thought they were slick with their fucking, like, Wojak mask fucking totem conf shit. Get the fuck out of here, little fucking Nazi freak. Yeah, dude. Fucking burning 5 Waymos should justify a fucking military occupation. Stupid. curious. Instagram is such a strange platform, I'll be honest. Like, you can't see view counts of, like, stuff you post unless it's on, I think, basically, on the app itself, which I find to be, like, particularly odd. Like, why the fuck is that the case? Why did they do it like this? What were they thinking? I don't know if this is like broader byproducts and consequences of fucking, I don't know, like the enshittification of the content creation or something. I have no idea. Why do I post on this platform? I don't even know. Okay, I was just curious. I will no longer look at this. Alright. What do we have here? Ethan Klein talking about that dogshit ContraPoints Reddit post. Oh boy, I sure am looking forward to seeing what a probable wretched opinion the horseman of hypocrisy has to say in terms of, I don't know, probably barely understanding any history. If I were to take a guess, like, probably barely understanding any history. But what, we all know the ContraPoints take about, you know, Israel-Palestine. It was a really, really bad post, to be honest. Not sort of, like, raised out of any malice for like, I don't know, the plight of the Palestinians, I think. But more so probably said due to the fact that she is just, like, incredibly upset with how she's being treated by lefties, if I were to take a guess. The sort of idea is, like, the initial thing where she talked about what the 60,000 Gazans that were killed, and everyone on the online left seemingly taking that completely out of context for, like, no reason, is sort of, like, why she decided to make that Reddit post in anger. Because, again, like, this is, like, already observed behavior, broadly speaking, from ContraPoints, is when, like, she has to go through, like, a dumbass drama, she kind of basically sort of goes into, like, the fucking doomer spiral, for lack of a better term, and just, like, tries to, like, post through it, even though it's, like, you don't fucking bother, like, because the tankies, it doesn't matter with them, like, they'll just, like, try to misconstrue everything and do anything possible to just be like dishonest. Even though, like, I will be honest, her post on that was just complete fucking dog shit. But the basis for as to why she made that post to begin with was, like, due to attacks that she was facing. Because, again, like, I've said this before in my initial ContraPoints video when she was did the first post on Twitter with the thread where she was talking about, like, you know, how it's only, like, 60,000 Gazans that have died. Does she actually believe that? As far as I can tell, probably not. She thinks that more people died, right? With the follow-up note that she had. But again, like, tankies are stupid, dishonest fucking freaks who, you know, also practice death of subjectivity similar to fucking conservatives, right? Similar to also this fucking dumbass idiot fucking Ethan Klein here. But, you know, whatever. The thing is that Contra, if she sort of enters in, like, a drama, which is wholeheartedly unjustified, which I think it was in this particular case, because she was just reporting based off of the broader general, like, news reports, like Al Jazeera and stuff like that. They also say it's about, like, 60,000 casualties, right? Even though it's probably much more. We obviously know it's much, much more. That's not, like, stupid or whatever, or, like, I don't know, ridiculous to say. It's not hyperbole, right? It's more than likely more than 60,000, but that's what she's going off of, which is, like, fine. Like, that's the sort of, like, Al Jazeera numbers. They're reporting it as that as well. So, like, I don't know. They probably thought that she was going mostly off of mainstream numbers. I don't think she was. I think she also referenced to Al Jazeera as well. And it's just like, come on, man. Like, you guys have to twist yourselves into a pretzel to try to be as like incredibly dishonest about this. And it's just like, it's the same shit that she covered in her fucking video on canceling, which was a good fucking video. Same fucking behaviors again. Of course, from like dumbasses like fucking Mike from PA. But then again, that's because dumbasses like Mike from PA are just complete fucking dumbasses. Like, God, I do not like that. Someone should make a limerick about Mike from PA, okay? About how much of a, like, I don't know, stupid detriment that he is to the fucking left. Let's be honest here. Because I do believe that, sincerely. Like, he is more of a detriment than he is a fucking help. So, what do we got here? She did her all follow-up Reddit post, which was terrible. It was complete dreck nonsense, dog shit. Operated mostly off of, like, Israeli propaganda and thinks that tankies are a wholehearted, like, representation of the online left, and as a result, because of tankies being stupid, idiot, fucking morons, and being extremely loud and dumb about it, have basically made it such that, I don't know, Natalie is now adopting more right-leaning fucking positions in terms of Israel fucking Palestine. And even though, like, a lot of, like, the main, like, sort of liberal podcasters are even themselves saying, like, yeah, this is a fucking genocide, Netanyahu should be fucking completely gotten rid of, like, fuck this guy, blah, 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 blah. It is abhorrent that, you know, we are supporting this shit with our fucking tax dollars, yada, 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 right? Like, let's be honest here, Alex. A lot of people should not like Mike from PA. Let's be honest here. Let's see, what do we got here, though?
To talk about the ContraPoints thing because I want to read her statement just to show how reasonable it is. Now, people were already starting to dogpile her because she hadn't made a video about the Israel-Palestine conflict. And they're like, oh, she must be pro-genocide because she hasn't said anything, which is pretty nuts just on its face. But she decided to respond, and I'm going to read it for you guys so you can see how fucking insane the response has been. So she said, I'm posting this to Reddit instead of Twitter, hopefully to minimize fragments being clipped out of context. Sincere apologies to mods, that's smart. So many leftists feel betrayed because I haven't made a video on Palestine. Do they actually want a ContraPoints video about Palestine? Will they be happy if I get in the bath and pour milk on a mannequin of Benjamin Netanyahu? No, I've posted about Gaza occasionally, and I've quietly given money to Palestine aid organizations. But I think what leftists really want is for me to join their chorus of anger. They sense some hesitation on my part and are judging me very harshly on my presumed opinions. I'd rather be judged on my actual opinion, so here they are. Is Israel committing a genocide in Gaza? Yes. Do I post it? Yes. Do I feel angry about it? Yes. I also feel a lot of other things. So on the premise, just like me, we agree on 100% of the things. Hassan has accused her of giving Gaza conditional support. I mean, here she says, in no uncertain terms, is Israel committing a genocide? Yes. Do I suppose it? Yes. Do I feel angry about it? Yes. Okay. So, but here's...
Wait, why is he bringing up Hassan immediately? That's a little weird. Also, was there a weird cut there for some reason? Wait, I'm going back.
So on the premise, just like me, we agree on 100% of the things. Hassan has accused her of giving Gaza conditional support. I mean, here she says, in no uncertain terms, is Israel committing a genocide? Yes. Do I suppose it? Yes. Do I feel angry about it? Yes. Okay. So, but here's other things she feels, and this is very much kind of the same that I feel. I mean, she really took the words...
I mean, I saw that fucking Hassan video. Like, what the fuck? What is he talking about? Like, ContraPoints is saying that she's, like, giving conditional support, right? Like... I mean, we're about to go into, like, the dumbass fucking, like, Zionist propagandistic talking points that ContraPoints is using to justify her positions, right? That's, like, the bigger problem that Hassan mostly had when he was talking about this whole, like, post here by fucking ContraPoints. Like, of course, like, Ethan Klein agrees with this because he himself is also a Zionist, like, quite literally. So he's just, like, willing to also, like, go along with all this fucking bullshit because, again, he does not care about fucking Palestinians. He's okay with just murdering all of them because he is, well, goes along with, like, idiotic DGG conspiracy theories and also is just a spiteful little fucking freak.
Out of my mouth. One, doom. The week after October 7th, it was clear that the mood amongst Israeli leaders and civilians was overwhelmingly kill or be killed, existential panic, and unstoppable lust for revenge. Reminded me of the U.S. after 9/11. There was no reasoning or protesting them out of it, nor was it politically feasible for the U.S. to withdraw aid to Israel on a time frame that would make a difference. It would have required replacing most of Congress and overturning decades of bipartisan strategy and diplomacy. Even in the best case scenario, it would have taken years. So there's a sense of futility, but worse, misery. The leftist
Again, we've already talked about the sort of problems with this. Like, let's be honest here. This has always been an attitude of the Israelis since 1948. This is not, like, synonymous with, like, anything. This is just kind of, like, the propaganda sort of, like, you know, doing the whole thing, right? This is, like, Zionists always believe that they are in a fucking existential sort of panic, right? Because they are fascists. Fascists also believe that they are in a broader sort of existential fucking panic, quite literally, against, like, whoever are their perceived fucking enemies. Sure, is it like not like politically infeasible in terms of like withdrawing aid and doing all this stuff? Yeah, sure, whatever. You can fucking condition it, right? There are like mechanisms of power that the United States has over fucking Israel in order to sort of, well, limit the scope of the fucking genocide. But again, the main problem is that we had Joe Biden in power, right? And he, well, just let Netanyahu walk all over him and just let Brett McGurk fucking do the whole, well, policy when it came to Israel fucking Palestine, especially with the genocide of fucking Gaza. And Brett McGurk, he's not good. He's pretty fucking bad. But does Ethan know any of this stuff? No.
Pro-Palestine movement quickly decided that their primary goal was not merely opposition to the genocide, but opposition to Zionism in general. That is, opposition to the existence of Israel as a Jewish state. And here they decided to draw the...
So here's the problem with that. Obviously, that implicitly implies that Israel should be an ethno-state. Right? Natalie should fucking recognize that. Contra should fucking recognize that, okay? She should see that rhetoric is the exact same kind of rhetoric that is used to, well, broadly speaking, justify genocidal fucking actions. That's not, like, ridiculous or hyperbolic to say, okay? Like, you can, like, oh, Daho, you're being hyperbolic again. That doesn't seem very conducive. It's like, no. Even Theodore Herschel himself also said that this is an ethno-nationalist project. He wasn't explicit about it. He was more implicit about it in his writing about the, you know, the tenets and the basis of fucking Zionism, right? But again, Ethan doesn't have any fucking knowledge about this, right? Like, he doesn't know any of this stuff, right? He just repeats the fucking goddamn talking points. Like, he's repeated all the fucking lies about, like, what is it, like Operation Magic Carpet. He's been like racist to like MENA Jews before in the past, like Sapphic Jews. He also has like a fucking it's not Sapphic, right? It's a different fucking word. Hasidic, that's the term I was looking for. Sapphic, Jesus Christ. Hasidic Jews, he's been racist to them in the past before, like through and through, you know, like in terms of the fucking I don't know, stereotypes about like Zionist, like Ashkenazi Jews, Jewish people, in terms of like being like vitriolic fucking racist Zionists. Like Ethan seemingly is hitting all those fucking stereotypes to a fucking goddamn T, where he's like incredibly fucking goddamn racist against like other like Jewish minority populations and shit like that. That's like not ridiculous to say, right? We know the clip of him talking about how Hasidic Jews are like fucking smelly fucking weirdos, okay? Like, let's be honest here, all right? We all know about like Ethan. He doesn't understand the fact that any of this about this fucking propaganda, and he's just like a fucking racist freak. Like, that's really about what it is.
The line separating decent people from genocidal fascists, which had the following consequence. Moving to the next page here. 1. It shrunk the coalition. Zionist is a very broad category. Most Jews are Zionists. Anyone who supports a two-state solution is a Zionist. It was politically infeasible, but it's...
Again, the problem is that Natalie is doing the conflationary thing here. Like, it's all just conflation shit. The only reason why it is now, like, again, it's not about, like, shrinking the... I've already done, like, the whole debunking on all this fucking bullshit, right? It's not about, like, Zionist being a very broad category. The reason why Zionist is treated as a broad category is because Zionism and Judaism have been conflated to mean the same thing. Not all Zionists are Jews. Most Zionists, are they fucking Jews? No. A large portion of fucking Zionists are evangelical Christians in the United States. Kufi, for example, is one of the largest political fucking organizations that exists within the US. Same with fucking AIPAC. Same with DMFI, right? All of them. And, oh yeah, exactly. You know, it's like assuming most US Christians are nationalists when it's generally a rich minority. Exactly. Boy Meets Mini, right? Like, it's not that many people that are like complete fucking rabid fucking Zionists, right? If you were to like go up to your average American fucking Jew, are they going to be like crazy pro-Israeli, like pro fucking Zionists? No. Like, let's be fucking honest here, right? it's not about that, right? It's the whole conflationary bit, which is what people are generally going to have a problem with here. Well, I support a two-state solution because of convenience, not for support of an ethno-state. This is one what the fuck moment where I'm like, as Contra even talked to someone about this. Who the fuck knows, honestly, Alex? Like, the problem with like a two-state solution, generally speaking, is that it still enforces the structure of apartheid, right? Let's say, hypothetically speaking, that there is like a two-state solution that is implemented. The problem with this is that that is still an inherently sort of ethno-nationalist structure, right? Similar to South Africa, right? Like, apartheid would still be a thing that exists, even though, like, with South Africa, it was a fucking goddamn one state, obviously, but it was a minority of people that were, like, sort of going after a larger majority in that particular instance with the apartheid system of, like, South Africa. This is kind of like would be the opposite case with, like, a majority of the populace within Israel going after a minority of the population, right? The same statements can still be said about how this is an apartheid fucking structure, right? Like, people are being treated and are being given certain rights and sort of services based on, well, particular nationalities that they have. Yeah. I mean, that's, like, also fair. We can talk about, like, what's, like, politically feasible, but even then, I don't think a two-state solution is even politically feasible. Honestly, like, I think the best path forward, if we want to actually see, like, some kind of, like, resolution to this conflict, quote-unquote, is just, well, one-state solution with occupation from the UN saying, like, you two are going to get along. We're going to occupy the fucking country for several generations and do forced fucking integration. That's the only solution to the fucking problem, right? Yeah, exactly. Like Israel is the main problem that's sort of like making two-state unfeasible because of the fact that they, like, Netanyahu just wants the fucking ethnic cleansing and genocide, and same with a lot of, like, people within Israel itself because of the propaganda, right?
Is the pathway that takes us from the present situation to the dissolution of Israel as a Jewish state. I don't see how this could happen without either a total internal collapse of Israeli society or else, nuclear war. As usual, leftists have championed a doomed cause.
Again, it's not about, like I said before, I offered a solution to the problem. A United Nations multinational coalition of everyone who agrees, saying that, yeah, this is unsustainable. What is going on here is abhorrent. Them doing a fucking occupation of the country and doing forced integration. If this was done within the United States during the 50s, you can do the same thing with Israel right now. Quite literally. And there was no need for a fucking goddamn United Nations coalition to go in and occupy the United States to do forced integration between white people and black people, right? That's how you do it. I guess, like, Ethan's gonna have, like, I don't know, some dumbass shit to say about this.
This is one of my main points, too. It's like, Israel is not going to just crumble. It's a whole ass state. There's 7 million fucking Jewish people living there who do not have citizenship elsewhere. Their grandparents were born there. It's now been there for nearly 100 years. There's
How many Russian Jews are there? Quick question. How many Russian Jews are there? How many American Jews are there? They have citizenship elsewhere. This is some fucking bullshit here. Nah, they would have, I don't know, I guess, like, I don't know, a place to go, quote unquote. Like, I've read there's up to 1 million Americans there. Yeah, a bunch of them would have fucking some places to go. They are probably, a lot of them are, like, I don't know, still, like, not settlers, that's not correct to say, but people who migrated there, they would have, like, places to go, more than likely, right? If there's, like, a hypothetical fucking collapse. But no, like, no one is really talking about a collapse of the fucking Israeli state unless you're talking about the most rabid, annoying, like, Marxist fucking Leninists. Those are the only people who are advocating for a collapse of the state of Israel. Otherwise, like, everyone understands, broadly speaking, like, that's not gonna happen. Like I said before, and this is the I don't know, similar to what, I don't know if Ilan Pape has said this, right? But like I said before, the only way forward now is for a multinational coalition led by the United Nations to occupy the country and to do forced integration. Similar to that in the 1950s, and similar to what happened during apartheid South Africa. But again, you want to know who the main people are protecting them is? It's the United States, so it's never gonna fucking happen because the United States will just step in and block everything.
3 generations now that live there. This insinuation that they're going to just dissolve is it's wishful thinking. It's also just not going to happen, you know. So trying to have a useful conversation that starts with that premise is, again, as ContraPoint says, championing a doomed cause. It's utterly fucking futile. And although it gives them the opportunity to grandstand to
Damn, again, it's a good thing that most people don't really do that. Besides, again, really annoying Marxist-Leninists on Twitter. Like, that's like the only people who do that, right? Like, I even decided to, like, play a little bit into the fucking hypothetical. It's like, I mean, a bunch of them would have places to go, a bunch would not, but a lot of people would probably just, like, take a bunch of them in. Like, let's be honest here, if there was a hypothetical dissolution of the state of Israel, like, yeah, what? Like, what are you talking about? It's not gonna happen, right? Like, unless you're deluded into thinking that it is going to happen, but that's, like, a completely different story, and those people are fucking delusional.
Virtue signal online and correct social credits for being, you know, the morally superior of all the people. In the end, it does zero, in fact, probably negative to helping actual Palestinians. Number 3, it introduces dangerous ambiguity.
Wait, you don't care about helping actual Palestinians either, Ethan. Like, you push idiotic fucking conspiracy theories about, like, what? About, like, stuff that's going on Twitch you've ginned up in order to sort of, like, justify the banning of people who are supporters of Palestinians. You have sent, like, frivolous, idiotic lawsuits to a bunch of other people who have expressed their supports of Palestine, and have talked about, like, how a lot of the stuff that you're doing in particular is fucking bullshit. Notwithstanding, like, the more recent lawsuit, there is something that is probably has more basis there. That's a completely fucking different story. I'm talking about the earlier fucking lawsuits, like with the first Denham's lawsuit, which didn't go anywhere. The Noah Samson lawsuit, which didn't go anywhere at all. Like, my assumption is that they got thrown out because he's, like, stopped talking about them. Otherwise, he would have been, well, still talking about them on his podcast, of course, but he doesn't, seemingly. So, like, I can only operate under the assumption that those more than likely got fucking thrown out. There may be something more of a basis in terms of just, like, the line that, Frogan, Casey Tron, and Denham's said, saying, like, oh, we are streaming this with the intention of taking away views from it. Now, is there more of a basis there for something? Yeah, sure, right? You can talk about, like, malicious intent and all this fucking bullshit. But the thing is, like, we could still talk about how it's, like, ridiculous and fucking stupid that Ethan Klein is wielding the own precedent that he has set in order to, like, well, bash people over the fucking head with this particular thing, all because he has, like, a particular connection with the content creators in question there. Like, that's really about it, to be honest. About, well, the more recent Ethan Klein lawsuit.
The vagueness of, quote, Zionism as a political Satan enables all kinds of rhetorical abuses. On one hand, right-wing Israelis hold up all anti-Zionist protests as existentially threatening and inherently anti-Semitic. On the other hand, there's a long history of anti-Semitism using the term Zionist in deliberately and equivocal ways, such as Zog, which, by the way...
Again, like I said before, ContraPoints. You are doing the conflationary bit. That is why it is becoming dangerously ambiguous. When most leftists talk about Zionists, they are talking about people who, well, do everything possible in order to justify the existence of Israel as an ethno-nationalistic state. The people who advocate for an ethno-supremacist ideology, right? And I make sure to clarify that constantly. Judaism is a religious and a cultural affiliation. Meanwhile, Zionism is an ideology. They are two significantly different things.
People like, what's the co-host of the Young Turks? Anna Skirtazian, what's her name? She's co-host of the Young Turks. She recently went on a debate, I think it was on Piers Morgan, and she literally used the phrase Zionist-occupied government to describe the Israeli lobby. Anna Kasparian.
Kasparian?
Which is quite literally the anti-Semitic attack line that was invented by people like David Duke decades ago. And
wait, I'm a little curious. When did Anna Kasparian Zog post? Anna Kasparian, what? Zog. When did she say this? Yeah, like, what do we mean? When did she say this?
I gotta jump in on this because, look, I think this is a problem regardless of what administration is in charge. We should not engage in this war. Look, there's a lot of saber-rattling, there's a lot of fear-mongering about Iran building nuclear weapons, even though the intel is obviously contradicting. You have Israel saying weeks ago...
Yeah, Also, yeah, bringing up Anna Kasparian as a dig on the left. Yeah, she's not on the left, but I mean, he's more so talking about long history of anti-Semites using the term Zionist in deliberately equivocal ways. When ContraPoints is saying that, she's talking about right-wingers, right? Anna Kasparian is not... She's not a left-winger. Like, because Ethan's talking about, like, Anna being a left-winger. She's not on the left, right? Like, she's, like... I don't know, like... center, I would say. Like, slightly left of center. Like, left of center, sort of. But she's, like, a fucking liberal.
They shared their intel with the United States, and the administration rejected it. Our intelligence community rejected it. They said Iran is not weeks away from building a nuclear weapon. But you want to know something? There are two countries in this whole scenario that do have nuclear weapons. One, of course, is the United States of America. The other, they don't acknowledge it, is Israel. So they act like, oh, we're just little lambs, and we're such a big threat.
Was this on Piers Morgan, he said?
Which is quite literally, she's co-host of the Young Turks. She recently went on a debate, I think it was on Piers Morgan, and she literally used the phrase, sign.
Okay. Anna Kasparian, Piers Morgan. Sure. Mark Kimmett over Gaza.
I certainly don't commend the killing of innocents and civilians, but you know that when the enemy wraps itself around civilian targets, civilian facilities,
You support genocide.
that facility is now no longer now a military target. I don't necessarily see at this point that it's genocide for the simple reason that the Gazans and Hamas have an opportunity to end that, and that's to return the hostages.
Yeah, so she's debating with some dumb fucking Zionist. Okay.
This carnage. In previous actual
That's
genocides,
a lie, and you know it. You know it. They're shooting and killing civilians at humanitarian aid hubs, dozens of them on a daily basis.
She's correct, by the way. Like, with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, yeah, they're just, like, shooting and murdering emaciated Palestinians. I mean, but Ethan's okay with that. He doesn't give a fuck about any of that shit.
Are getting shot in the face. It's a genocide. It's a genocide.
You are right. It is a good time for me to leave.
Okay.
I thought we were going to have a discussion.
See you later.
Okay, well, that's... I'm trying to find the fucking... Where does she say Zog? Like, where does she say it? Right? Do we need to find the whole fucking thing? Fine, I'll try to find it on YouTube. When the fuck did she Zog post? Because Ethan's a fucking liar. Anna Kasparian, what? Piers Morgan. Did he make it up? It's possible that he made it up. I'm not fucking finding this shit. Fucking YouTube ads. Fuck off, YouTube ads.
I would be very, very surprised if the Iranians don't attack either with their missiles, their militias, or through direct terrorist activities.
You guys got what you wanted. You guys got your war. Are you expecting American troops to fight this war and die on your behalf?
Like, when did she fucking Zog post? That's like my question. Like, when did she do this? Does anyone know?
Or are you gonna bring the Israelis back, tell them to put their fatigues on and get ready?
I can feel how sad you are. I can feel how difficult it is for you to see Israel teaching the Iranian regime
I know,
a lesson,
that
and Israel winning
you're
on the
sad about the
battlefield.
Iranian regime getting targeted,
that it's
because you
frustrating
hate the Jews
I
and
can
you hate Israel.
understand on
You
Israel.
genocidal prick.
We should want regime change. How much we do is a different story. There are a lot of ways to achieve regime change. None of them involve boots on the ground.
And you think that it can come and dictate to a country 80 times?
Answer of why your regime is enriching to military grade, why it
Let me
builds
ask you, does Israel have nuclear weapons?
History books will write about your government the way that Americans read about the
acknowledging me
Nazis
as a
today. Trust me.
person.
President Trump kept the whole world guessing over whether the US would strike Iran. And when it comes
Search the transcript. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Because again, I don't like. Where is it? Where's the fucking transcript of this shit? Here. Zionist. No. Nuclear war. Kasparian panel debate. We want to go to the panel debate. Marquette, blah blah blah. Interventions. General Kane. Bomb damage assessment. Try occupied. That's a good point, yeah. No. Nothing in the control F. But then again, it's not looking in the transcript itself, right? So we have to like scroll through it. Reattacks. Also, the whole time, it's not the debate, right? Like, yeah, it's not the... Yeah, Piers Morgan also does some like 1v1 stuff as well. So there's about like 40%, 40 minutes. Forces. Side. No. Iranians, Anna-Kasparian. Combined attacks. Nuclear weapon. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. JCPOA. 60%. You talk about the bombs. Don't care about the nuclear weapons. Iran enriching uranium. Their intentions. 10 bombs. Who gives a fuck about the ad? October 7th changed everything. Turret, missiles, Thermopylae. Sure, man. Whatever. Manageable, blah, blah, blah. Israeli pilots. Do American taxpayers and our members of our military need to be slaves to the Israeli government? Okay. What do we have here?
American taxpayers and our members of our military need to be slaves to the Israeli government. I need someone to answer that question.
Okay, listen,
A genocidal regime.
General K does have to go. I just want to ask you before you go, just one last question. Would you, as a military commander, have been comfortable about what the IDF has been doing at the behest of the Israeli government in the last 3 months?
Well, that's not technical. That's not actually a Zog post, right? Like, she's talking about how the U.S. government very often does a lot of things that are, well, relatively speaking, within the interests of Israel because it also aligns with the interests of the United States of America. Is that it? Is that the Zog post?
In Gaza.
Well, I'd rather answer the question directly of Gasparin. Look, as somebody who's worn a uniform for 30 years, the conditions that had been set by the Israeli Defense and the Israeli Air Forces and Mossad meant that this was not only the most lethal attack since Hiroshima, but it was also the safest attack. The fact remains, the IAF had wiped out the air defenses. Mossad had put a lot of pressure. This was the safest operation, not to include the Great Deception Plan, where President Trump used Winston Churchill's axiom that the truth is so important, it must be a bodyguard of lies. And I would tell you right now, there's not an American pilot.
So far, I'm not really... Yeah, swaying out over that stupid shit, whatever. That's not a Zog post. Like, if you... Like, a Zog post would be, like, for example, talking about how, Israel basically controls the annals of power within the United States. Everything that happens in the United States is at the behest of fucking Israel. That is a fucking Zog post, okay? Or, like, I don't know, a very crude example of one. That's like super obvious and clear. Based off of that, like that's I'm not seeing Anna-Kasparian doing a fucking Zog post here. I think Ethan is lying. Debate, blah blah blah. Like did she even mention like a Zionist occupied government? They're still talking about I think the attack here, damn thing, blah blah blah. Syria against Soleimani. Bush, D'Souza, oh boy, Dinesh fucking D'Souza. Talking about probably really stupid shit. Campus protests, genocidal regime. John Clear, disgusting. Willy-nilly, killing children. Oh, one of Ethan's favorite things. Killing children, willy-nilly. Mischaracterized me. Transmission. Blah blah blah. Kafesh. I guess this is like the dumbass like Israeli representative or something. I don't know. Whatever. Farah. Spy for Iran. I'm not seeing any Zog posting here. I'm not seeing it. Talking about Iran's enriched uranium again. I don't care about that all that much. I think Ethan's lying. I think that is the broad conclusion that I'm coming away with here. All right, I'm going to call it right. I think Ethan is lying. Let's continue.
Occupied government to describe the Israeli lobby, Anna-Kasparian, which is quite literally the anti-Semitic attack line that was invented by people like David Duke decades ago and is now becoming in vogue after October 7th by people like Hassan and Kaspar.
Huh? Hassan is also Zog posting? Really? He talks about how U.S. representatives and lawmakers receive a lot of money from Israeli lobbies to push their fucking interests, which is just true. But not about, like, people like Nick Fuentes, who literally do the whole conflationary bit, saying that it is because of the fact that they are Jewish, that they are fucking Zionists, which is the conflationary bit, and how everyone within the government of the United States only cares about the interests of fucking goddamn Israel, almost as if they are being puppeted by it. That's what Nick Fuentes would say. But Hassan? Huh? Okay, I guess, like, Ethan does not, like, exist within observable reality.
Anti-Semites are happy for the opportunity to misappropriate the now popular anti-Zionist label to legitimize their agenda, and many people are not informed enough about anti-Semitism to recognize when this happens. These problems are mutually reinforcing. Now, this feels like a really good point, a really good asterisk to add to a movement that has really valuable, valiant, and important and urgent goals, which is the freedom, the emancipation, the welfare of Palestinians, but also...
Ethan, you don't give a fuck about any of that stuff. You've repeated all of, like, the misappropriated propaganda and fucking history that, well, the state of Israel uses to justify the fucking genocide. You don't give a fuck about Palestinian emancipation. Like, let's be fucking honest here. Also, again, the framework that ContraPoints is operating off of in this goddamn particular point is based off of that conflation, right? Like, this is Israeli fucking propaganda. That's the fucking problem that people have had with this fucking post.
So, to, police your own movement to make sure it isn't, one, hijacked by anti-Semites, or two, just completely veered off into misleading or even forcing a lot of the participants into consenting to anti-Semitism. Or as ContraPoint says, a lot of the people don't understand the history of the misuse of this label as anti-Zionist to be anti-Semitic under the guise of being, anti-Zionist. And ContraPoint, of course, being someone who is well-versed, educated, very smart, very well-read, she had a great...
Not in terms of history, Ethan. In terms of philosophy, yes. In terms of history... not really. That's not her wheelhouse. Which is why I also commented initially, like, again, I understand why ContraPoints may have come away with saying these things, because she's not as well versed in probably the historical precedents, or not precedent, but events that occurred here, because, again, not her wheelhouse. She's more about fucking philosophy, to be quite honest. So, no. She may be smart and intelligent, but in terms of philosophy, in terms of topics about history, not really.
Whole ascension on anti-Semitism in her most recent video about conspiracies. So it's clearly something she's read a lot about and knows a lot about. And I mean, what's wrong with safeguarding an important movement to make sure it doesn't devolve into something terrible and losing sight of its important goal? What is wrong with that?
I mean, the video, the point within goddamn what, within conspiracy is generally speaking how a lot of conspiracy theorists use anti-Semitism as a basis for their theories, which is true, right? That's a philosophical take. That's not a historical take, Ethan. The problem is that she's making a historical analysis here when that's not really within her wheelhouse. The only instance this is like one of the because I have not been watching much philosophy tube, to be honest, Boy Meets Mini. One of the, like, I don't know, I think philosophy tube, Abigail, I think, also put a video together about conspiracism and talked about the resurgence of anti-Semitism within France during the, like, mid to late 1800s. And that was why anti-Semitism started to see a resurgence. And a lot of that became the sort of, like, basis for fucking Zionism, generally speaking, is because of the anti-Semitism that a lot of Jewish minorities were experiencing in, well, places like France, places like England, and stuff like that.
3. Dread. The online left has spent the last 20 months distributing hundreds of photos and videos of dead Palestinian children. The main effect of this has been to create a population of people in constant state of blood-boiling rage with no consequential political outlet. I fear this may be worse than useless. Anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are conceptually not the same, and conflating them is dangerous, but in practice, the way Israel is perceived does seep out.
Again, and even though she's just been conflating the two in the previous point, but Ethan's not going to fucking point any of that out, because he himself also does that conflation constantly.
Into the attitudes towards Jews in general. I don't think Jews who feel isolated and wary in the current atmosphere are simply hysterical and hallucinating. That's a huge problem, that statement right there for them. Yes, there's communal trauma and hypervigilance. Yes, there's disingenuous right-wing ghouls dismissing the censorship of all criticism of Israel on the pretext of, quote, fighting anti-Semitism. But there's also a valid fear of historical anti-Semitic patterns reoccurring, and that fear gives power to the right-wing Zionist claim that only Israel can keep Jews safe. Does this mean Israel should not be criticized and sanctioned? Of course not. But it's something I don't want to risk contributing to, if not outweighed by the tangible benefits. So I approach the issue cautiously. Now,
again, the problem with Dread, her third point, is that she is operating off of the main propagandistic line of Israel, saying that Jewish people are fucking Zionists inherently. That is the problem with the statement here. Should be fairly fucking obvious, right? That's the main line of the fucking propaganda, and that is the problem that people had specifically with this fucking post. But again, Ethan's going to agree with this position due to the fact that, well, he does the conflationary thing all the fucking time.
Her point is not that you shouldn't share all the horrible imagery and videos that are coming out of Gaza, but there is a cynical weaponization of it by certain people on Twitter and social media as a means to just drumming up outrage and hate, and it's being shared, I think, it's being shared in a way that, like, they want you to hate Israel and Zionism and in a lot of cases Jewish people.
Wait, is that the left that's mostly doing this? Because ContraPoints is saying that it is a dishonest thing that everybody is doing. It's mostly, like, right-wingers who do that fucking dishonesty, right? Left-leaning people, not so much. But ContraPoints is saying that it's mostly left-leaning people who's fucking doing that, right? The online left has spent the last 20 months distributing hundreds of photos and videos of dead Palestinian children. Also, it's not the online left that's doing that, primarily speaking. You want to know who's doing that? Oh, it's the IDF themselves that are doing it. It's reporters from Al Jazeera who are doing that, distributing the fucking photos. And then those fucking particular journalistic accounts gets fucking shared by people of all walks of life. Not just the online left ContraPoints, but Ethan's not gonna fucking point that out at all because he thinks it's also only the online left that's doing this. That is the dishonesty. Yeah, and you're right, Boy Meets Mini. Yeah, it's like saying all Muslims believe in jihadism. Exactly. It's ridiculous.
As the lines get blurry, and less so like, how do we help Palestine? How do we help Palestinians? What are we going to do to help this situation? It's more just this. They call it's a good term. It's like a.
I mean, recently, the Israeli defense minister said that, why don't we just build, I don't know, a bunch of concentration camps near the border by Rafah, like quite literally. Like, and even, like, a bunch of, like, former, Israeli sort of, like, state heads and stuff like that are saying, like, I don't know about that one, Chief. I think that's a little too fucking far.
Oppression porn, or no, not oppression. There's a name for it. It's like gore porn. I don't know. It's she's touching on something very, very true in my opinion. Of that it's hard to explain. She continued.
Yeah, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Ethan. Again, she's doing the fucking conflationary bit. That is the fucking problem with what ContraPoints was saying in that particular goddamn point. It's conflationary. That's the main issue.
News. Bitterness. Much of the online left spent all of 2024 single-mindedly focused on Palestine and the complicit, you guys know what I'm saying, of Democratic politicians in sending aid to Israel. This campaign had the following effects. 1. 0 Palestinian lives were saved. Not one fewer bomb or bullet was fired by the IDF. 2. May have slightly contributed to the re-election of Trump and Netanyahu for at least 4 years and making protests against Israel both much riskier and less effective. Trump is also incidentally a menace to me and basically everyone I care about. A perfectly enlightened being would feel no bitterness about this, but I do. Now, I mean, listen, I don't know what perfectly enlightened being looks like, but I also feel bitterness about this. The way that they callously disregarded every other important issue. And specifically, let's just look at the trans issue. People like Trump and his administration do not see trans people as human beings. And they're doing everything they can to enact that.
I mean, again, like, the only reason why she's, like, doing this is in talking about, like, trans people is to sort of, like, act as, like, a sort of, like, deflectionary bit, right? You can do a por qué no los dos kind of a deal here, right? Like, it's not like Joe Biden was, like, really, really much better on this particular issue in comparison. You know, like, who gives a fuck about any of that stuff, right? Like, he didn't really help, like, the trans people there in particular. Like, what he probably did was very, like, minor and, like, honestly just kind of ignorable. Like, it didn't really matter, to be honest, all that much. Like, I guess the Respect for Marriage Act is, like, okay in that particular respect. Yeah, like you said, Boy Meets Mini. Yeah, just stay strong, forehead. Like, Joe Biden was not really much of a help, like, to be honest, right? I don't know if Ethan was really like a big Kamala guy. I have no idea. I think he just like sort of like supports whoever's like the just the Democratic sort of nominee, right? I don't know if he's like a big Kamala guy or not. Like, he is just a reactionary who just wants to, I don't know, own the left, that quote unquote, for lack of a better term. Like, I don't think that's like ridiculous or hyperbolic to say, but like, yeah, again, like, no one's like saying about like, you know, they can also say like what Trump is doing to trans people is bad, but also to what Palestinians have been going through is also bad. But again, like, it's kind of like again, you can walk and chew bubblegum kind of a deal at the same time. You could say that both are fucking bad. So her bringing this up is like kind of deflectionary. Like, why is she bringing this up? It's a little weird.
Both socially and in law. So, you know, it's like this meme of the train track, where it's like you have the Palestinians on one track, and then on the other track you have Palestinians and trans people, and they're like, I'm not gonna save these two. I'm gonna.
Is he trying to fucking you mean the trolley problem? You fucking idiot. Like, what do you mean? And if anything, it would be like both sets of people on the both fucking tracks, because again, like I said before, Joe Biden didn't really do anything to help trans people all that much. Like, he did a little, like a tiny little bit, but honestly, like, nothing really all that much.
Sacrifice this one and let this one die. It's not a good moral question, but it's literally what they're doing. What Hassan has continued to do by not endorsing, not saying he's voting for Kamala, and now to run defense for himself in his movement by saying stuff as idiotic as...
He voted for Kamala. He just didn't show what he wrote on his fucking ballot. As far as we can tell, like, you don't know either for us to, like, who he voted for. Didn't he say that he probably voted for fucking Kamala? Again, yeah, like, but Hassan, stupid, sexy Hassan. We need to only focus on Hassan. Like, who the fuck really gives a shit about any of that stuff, right? Hassan also lives in California, right? His non-vote for fucking Kamala would not have really had much of a fucking impact, right? And he decided not to, like, really advocate. Because at that point in time, like, Kamala Harris was kind of doing, like, the whole sort of song and dance of, like, sort of, like, not really, like, believing or pushing for much of anything. Just kind of, like, sitting there and just being like, I am for good things and I am against bad things kind of a deal. And it's just like, thank you, Kamala. Very, very cool kind of a deal. So, like, bringing up Hassan here is just very stupid, very idiotic. There is no point in you bringing up Hassan here besides, again, for the fact that you just have your fucking conniption with him. Like, that's the only reason why you're bringing him up here.
Zach, you've got it on the soundboard, him saying, we don't know that Kamala wouldn't have been as bad as Trump, which let's just...
Hypothetical reality where Kamala Harris would not be as bad as Donald Trump, which we have no proof for.
That's just coping. That's just him running defense.
No, that's just true, right? Like, she never, like, gave any takes or any positions or opinions on anything because she had to run defense for Joe Biden. It is not ridiculous to operate under the assumption that we have no idea if Kamala Harris would have really been much better in terms of Israel-Palestine in comparison to Donald Trump, because she never laid out her policy prescriptions or positions on that at all. I've talked about this before. She was one of the first within the administration itself to advocate and talk about a ceasefire between the Israelis and the Palestinians, you know, between Gaza and Israel, right? She did say that. That's not, like, ridiculous to say. But then she completely decided to drop that whole sort of, like, mantra and a position as soon as she, like, hit the fucking campaign trail. So we don't really know, honestly. Like, she decided to not, like, go ahead with any of that because, again, she just decided to, like, confer with, like, consultants and just say, like, well, really nothing about the issue because it would have hurt Biden's fucking fifis.
For his horrible politics, that's all it is. And now we're seeing his horrible politics coming to fruition. And listen, they want to avoid all responsibility. None of this is the fault of the Palestinians, of course, who are overwhelmingly the victims here. I hope that someday American policy will shift in their favor.
I mean, like, I don't even understand, like, horrible politics. Like, the fuck are you even talking about, bro?
I will continue to support that cause. So, too long didn't read. I see the situation as bleak, intractable, extremely divisive, and devoid of any element that could be appropriately transformed into political entertainment. And that's why I haven't made a video about it. Hopefully it goes without saying that these are just my thoughts. I'm sure other breadtubers have different opinions. Now, can anyone tell me what she said that was anti-Palestinian in that? Because my initial response to Hassan, who said she's offering conditional support to...
It may not have been anti-Palestinian, but it was, again, going along with the propagandistic line of, well, Israel, of conflating Zionism with Judaism, right? That's the main problem that people are having with that post in particular, right? Yeah. Also, sort of like a bunch of like the different, like, not lies, but I would say like mistruths. Not mistruths. Mistruths, I'm not sure if that's like an appropriate term to really be being used here. White lies, let's say, that ContraPoints was saying with like the bit with the online left that are distributing the sort of photos. It's not true. Yeah, the point of saying that Israel as a Jewish state, it's not really true. That's like again a propagandistic lie, quite literally. But like again, it's one of those situations where it's just like a bunch of like she's just going along with the main propaganda line of Israel, of Zionists, and saying like, well, I mean, I think this is like the sort of like political reality, and saying that this is like mostly what the case is, when that's not really exactly 100% true, right? Like when people are saying that Israel needs to be a Jewish state, it is implicit. It was not implicitly, but explicitly implied that Israel must be a fucking ethno state, which is something that should be sort of pushed back on. Like it's really, really strange how like, yeah, I mean that's true. Boy Meets Mini. Yeah, you've probably been called a bunch of different things for like criticizing America. I mean, I've been called a bunch of fucking different things at this point for criticizing the things that I fucking criticize, right? Like, I mean, it's like, it's silly and stupid. Again, main overall point here is the issue with ContraPoints' posts is it seemingly just decided to completely go along with the main sort of a propagandistic line that Israel has in terms of, well, it's propaganda, right? Of saying that Judaism and Zionism are one and the same thing, when that is not the case. One is an ethno-nationalist, ethno-supremacist ideology, and the other is a religious and a cultural affiliation, which is also the same thing that you constantly do.
Palestinians was where? Where did she offer conditional support to Palestinians? I mean, the statement begins with unconditional.
Yeah, I think now Ethan's probably gonna do the thing where he hyper specifically fixates on like shit that Hassan has said and just be like, I don't know, really stupid and fucking annoying about it, if I were to take a guess.
Additional support to Palestinians. But then she goes on to explain that it's important that we self-police ourselves in this movement to make sure we don't devolve into something bad, something self-fulfilling, something that makes things worse, something that makes conservatives more justified thinking that
people already self-police themselves, broadly speaking, in this quote-unquote movement. Like, that's a thing that already happens. No, like, how many lefties are there who shit on fucking right-wing anti-Zionists all the time? It's a thing that happens all the time. Like, do we need to go find, like, a video of, like, I don't know, Hassan shitting on Candace Owens? Or, like, Nick Fuentes or some shit? It's nonsense, right?
Israel's the only safe place for Jewish people. There's something that gives ammunition to conservative forces in both Israel and America, and also pushing the majority of Jewish people in the world away, further and further away from them. As much as Hassan and the Elk want to deny it, it's true what ContraPoint said, because she's read the literature, she's looked at it. 70% of all Jewish people would be considered Zionist by his definition of it.
Question. What is, again, apparently that's not the case. Most Jewish people within America vote for the Democratic Party. And let's see, approval rating of what? Israel among Democrats. Why don't we take a look? This is from the Pittsburgh Jewish Chronicle. This was during February 26th. Just 33% of Democrats have a favorable view of Israel, Gallup poll finds. Ooh, not good. Here's something that's more recent. This is from June 12th, about a month ago. Not that long ago. The shift. Just 12% of Dem voters sympathize more with Israelis than Palestinians. And if we scroll down a little bit, we can kind of get an idea for as to what the percentages are. Among Democratic voters, Israel's reputation is in shambles. Just 12% of them sympathize more with Israelis. 60% of them sympathize with the Palestinians. And 29% did not offer an opinion. It's a supermajority. Most people, broadly speaking in America, American Jewish people, vote for the Democrats. So it stands to reason to believe that in terms of, like, who Zionist Jews are, right, it's probably a significant fucking minority. There's probably, like, not that fucking many of them, right? Like, It's just a very, very fucking loud minority, or they're a part of the fucking Republican Party, or they are Christian evangelicals, or from Israel itself, right? I don't think it's like ridiculous to assume that most people within Israel who live there are probably Zionists, right? I don't think it's ridiculous to say. And also the polling on this, people like to sort of wield the polling on Jewish people identifying as Zionists very dishonestly, right? A lot of the questions that get asked in those polls are sort of like very, very like up to interpretation kind of a deal, saying like, well, you know, like, let's be quite honest here. The thing with this particular question is like, oh, could it mean that they have an attachment to Israel? Does that mean they're a Zionist because they have like a sort of like ancestral attachment, like a cultural attachment, a sort of like thing, shebang, shabong? The problem with that is, generally speaking, those poll results get sort of like conflated and thrown together as saying like, oh, this poll says that about 70% of American Jewish people are Zionists. When it's just like, well, does that really mean that in reality? Like, maybe particular people have certain attachments and certain thoughts and beliefs because people are complicated. A lot of them believe in sort of like disparate sort of like tangents of beliefs that are not necessarily complete or rooted in any other like ideological basis. To call them all sort of like Zionists is not exactly honest. It's more so important to see, like, you know, Democratic voters sympathize significantly more with the Palestinians. In terms of who votes for Democrats, Jews in America vote way more for the Democratic Party in comparison to the Republican Party. That's a fact. So it stands reason to believe that a lot of Jewish people, much more than people probably know of, sympathize more with the Palestinians. And I don't know, are they like broadly still like Zionists, or could they be Zionist leaning? Who really fucking knows? People believe in fucking random shit all the fucking time, and there's like no sort of like basis or ideological root in terms of why people believe in the certain things they believe in. Does it, broadly speaking, sort of make sense what I'm saying here, right? It's really difficult to sort of like assess the sort of like differing thoughts and ideologies of what people believe in to sort of be like, oh yeah, well, you know, you're either a Zionist or you're not a Zionist. Those are the only kinds of Jewish people that are here. When that's not exactly the case. It's a little more complicated than that.
So I thought it was a great statement. I thought it was perfectly said. I thought it was thoughtful. I thought it was caring. And so you guys can imagine the response.
Of course you enjoyed that statement, right? Because, again, like, you're a Zionist, bro.
The left by Hassan and everyone else was totally sane and reasonable and awesome. Mike from PA, of course, with the greatest takes. Can we all say?
Yeah. So we're getting all the, I don't know, Soy complaining about what fucking. Soy complaining about like different Hassan orbiters. What, we got Mike from fucking PA. I don't know. We'll fucking listen to this stupid shit. Whatever. Again, part of the reason. Again, I've talked about this before, but Mike from PA is probably like one of the main fucking reasons for us to why. And I talked about this in my Death of Subjectivity Part 2 video. Mike from PA is a perfect sort of like leftist who sort of exudes the qualities of the death of fucking subjectivity, right? By being incredibly fucking dishonest about a lot of stuff. Also, like, yeah, what about fucking H-Bomber guy? What is it, like, he's a part of fucking BreadTube, and he hasn't spoken on Israel fucking Palestine, because maybe he just doesn't want to. Like, sometimes it's as simple as, like, people just want to stay in their own fucking lane. That's, like, the take that I had also with, like, with ContraPoints. It's like, yeah, she should have just, like, if she didn't want to fucking talk about it, she didn't want to fucking talk about it. But again, the problem is, well, you know, she kind of tends to go, especially with, like, drama waves when they happen, she goes, like, deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole and digs herself a bigger and bigger hole for, like, well, not no reason, but because she's, like, angry and sort of, like, dismayed. Like, that's why. So that's, like, kind of the, like, I don't know, subjective thinking that I engage with. You're just saying the things that you're saying because, again, you believe in, like, idiotic DGG-esque fucking conspiracism, Ethan.
Hey, thank you to Sean Vids for not being a total piece of garbage like ContraPoints and speaking out on the genocide over a year ago. It's a Sean too now. Mike, you don't like. Do you see how obvious he wants to feel morally righteous because he doesn't have a problem with some of the red flags that we're seeing from the online left right now. He doesn't have to deal with the doubt and the
Wait, does Sean like Zog post like Anna Kasparian? Well, I mean, we took a look at the video. Like, I didn't see any Zog posting from fucking Anna Kasparian. So you lied about that one in particular. And also, she's not a Marxist-Leninist. Also, she's not on the left. So again, you're doing the whole fucking conflationary bit right now. Again, the people that you should be mostly focusing on are like dumbasses like Fuentes, or who's that one fucking doctor, like Greek doctor lady who's also like a freak, or Candace Owens, right? She's not the Greek doctor lady, but you know, Candace Owens also fucking like Zog posts and is anti-Semitic all the time, or like, well, you know, Kanye West as well. You're conflating these people with people on the left, who people on the left already don't like?
Moral complexity of that. So he gets to go and just be like, I'm fucking virtuous and pure. I'm a good guy. Everybody applaud me. ContraPoints, who's there to think about this thoughtfully, to take her time, she's actually a Nazi.
I mean, she didn't think about it thoughtfully, though. Like, she operated off of the, well, propagandistic lies that Israel operates off of. And I just, like, you know, I just, like, debunked the whole fucking shit again and talked about it again. Like, it's just silly, dude.
Vadim, God, these people, the usual suspects, are really such a ragtag group of fucking losers.
Ethan, you don't have like many friends in your fucking. What? You're friends with fucking Dan Saltman, that fucking loser? Yeah, okay, dude.
Points begins her Israel-Palestine post with a dishonest straw man of her critics to legitimize her nearly 2-year cop-out. No one expects her to do a freaking epic 3-hour video. She has so many avenues to speak out in meaningful ways and hasn't. That's on her, not her fans. Now, I'm not super familiar with everything ContraPoint's done, but she says here she has occasionally spoke out on Gaza. But why does everyone... Why?
I assume probably on stream or something. That's my assumption.
Does she need to? Like, she's not pro-genocide. Do you think she's pro-genocide? Like, you know, there's so many other things happening in the world, and as a trans person, I'm sure that
Well, because she decided to sort of, like, open that fucking can of worms on her own, broadly speaking. Like, okay, we'll pull up the fucking, I don't know, incriminating tweet, I suppose. Right? Let's see. Hopefully she didn't fucking delete it, because ContraPoints loves to delete tweets. ContraPoints. Points. Gaza. Yeah, I mean, she just basically dug herself into a hole for, like, no reason. And that's, like, the main problem that people have. Here's the fucking bullshit. From one of these, like, dishonest Marxist-Leninist accounts, who I criticized directly, by the way. These are the main fucking tweets. Like, she's the one who fucking initiated all of this stuff. Like, she's the one who engaged in that fucking particular thread with retweeting some fella, I believe. And she said this stuff, right? And I talked about, like, it's like, yeah, what she's saying here isn't, like, particularly dishonest or inaccurate, but a lot of the MLs and stupid people in the online left are, well, misconstruing what she is saying here, quite literally. And just, I guess it's not okay to sort of operate based off of what, like, shit that the, that, like, Al Jazeera and the Gaza Health Ministry, a lot of official sources are saying. Like, people are being incredibly fucking dishonest when they are, well, attacking this specifically, right? It is dishonesty, like, simply put. And she decided to fucking dig herself into, well, a bigger fucking hole, which she has, broadly speaking, she's done this before, right? That's not, like, ridiculous to fucking say. Like, this is observed behavior that has happened in the past. That's the issue. And then she made the fucking Reddit post where she just completely operated off of, well, the main line of propaganda that Israel utilizes in order to, well, justify their fucking goddamn existence as a state and the ethnic cleansing that they are doing of fucking Palestinians. That's the problem that people are fucking having. You're the one who's being dishonest, Ethan.
A lot of strife that's happening right here in front of her and affecting all the people directly in her life is occupying a lot of space for her. And I don't know what is this weird, this word game.
Don't fucking move the fucking goalposts, Ethan. You could give less of a shit about fucking trans people, okay?
This weird ass gatekeeping where it's like, you need to dedicate your entire persona to Palestine, otherwise you're pro-genocide.
That's true, Boy Meets Mini.
And also, okay, Vadim's an idiot, whatever. Here's another one. ContraPoints thinks that Zionists are decent people, and that the collapse of apartheid society is undesirable. She didn't say it's undesirable. She says it's not tenable. She says it's not going to happen, and she's right. As much as you guys want to LARP as fucking revolutionaries who are going to go violently kill, or like kill 7 million fucking people there who are going to fight.
Are we just going to complain about like really stupid, idiotic people on Twitter or something for the rest of this time? Like, I could fucking care less about this, right? Talk about like what, Zionists or some shit. Is he just going to keep complaining?
Any nuance at all, please shower me with social credits. You think that ContraPoints didn't know that she was going to get like a heap of shit for standing on her principles, but that's what standing on your principles actually looks like sometimes.
That's not her fucking principles, though. Like, she does not know what she's talking about in terms of like the history of the shit that's going on here, and people are upset about that. Obviously, are they acting in like more reactionary ways? Yeah, sure. Like, I don't disagree with that necessarily. I've talked about the main problems that I've had with ContraPoints' post specifically. I will fucking stick that goddamn video in the fucking description. Fuck it. Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, if you want to get more fucking context, where I do a more in-depth fucking breakdown for the main problems of what ContraPoints is fucking saying. It mostly pertains, if I want to give like a TLDR version of it, she is operating off of the fact that the main propaganda line of Israel is the conflation between Judaism and Zionism, which is an inaccurate frame to be operating off of. That is the main problem.
Sometimes standing on your principles means that you're going to take a hit. That's what these people don't understand. They think that standing on your principles always means that you win, you get the benefit, and everything is always peachy, and you're always on the right side, and everybody always loves you. That's not what it looks like.
I mean, yeah, like, I don't like lunch table politics either. It's very stupid and fucking annoying, but I don't give a fuck about any of that stuff, right? All lives matter. Yes, there's the mass strikes now person.
Her to Benjamin Netanyahu is fucking insane.
I was just going to say...
Okay, I don't think there's really much else to say here. Yeah, he's just... I think it's mostly dead here.
The point you made about the videos and photos, and you know, maybe shouldn't mean it in this way. Of course, people do use it in ways that cause people to get riled up, but I do think, moreover, the purpose is to spread awareness, and you know, a lot of people gave their lives for some of that footage, so I do think it is impactful. And again, I don't think she was probably just...
Well, I'm curious here, actually, about what AB says.
So I've always liked her, and you know, there's a few things that I didn't agree with, but you know, why can't you just say that, you know, I disagree with you saying this rather than you're a piece of human garbage, you're Netanyahu. Like, you know, again, if you really want to do something for the movement and express how you feel rather than just, you know, attacking to show your purity, like Mike from PA is calling her human garbage. I don't know.
That's not helpful. Right? I mean, ContraPoints is not pro-genocide. Like, there's no way to spin that.
Yeah.
There's no way to spin that. Like, she's on your side.
I think the main thing for me was just the point she made about the videos and photos, and you know.
I mean, I guess I'll even, like, again, I'll stick the fucking Death of Subjectivity video as well, right? Because I've referenced it at this point. Yes, I do think, again, a lot of Marxist-Leninists who are the main people that were attacking her are fucking incredibly dishonest when they are doing these attacks on her. But again, you are also incredibly fucking dishonest, Ethan, when you are trying to conflate Hassan with all these, like, Marxist-Leninists. Like, quite literally. He engaged with the main sort of, like, points that ContraPoints was saying. I think, like, Hassan himself also said that, you know, that he doesn't think that fucking Contra was saying that out of, like, a sort of, like, pro-genocide sort of position, which I agree with. I don't think she's saying it out of that position. I've even explained myself why I think, like, you know, I can even, like, I'll share the link to that also with the appropriate fucking time code there as well. Fuck it. You know, I'll do my fucking due diligence because Ethan is incapable of doing his own due diligence. He just accused Anna Kasparian of fucking Zog posting when she did not Zog post. So, okay, cool, lovely. Shows to me, like, the I don't know, the charlatan that we're working with here for the most part, who doesn't understand any of the fucking historical context or anything that fucking goes on with the particular conflict here, and does a whole fucking conflationary bit between Zionism and Judaism, the main sort of propagandistic line that Israel operates off of, whatever. Like, we've done the whole fucking, like, meme in the 9 yards, yada, 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 right? Like, Ethan's, like, full of shit. He doesn't understand about anything that he's talking about when it comes to this issue.
Maybe shouldn't mean it in this way. Of course, people do use it in ways that cause people to get riled up, but I do think, moreover, the purpose is to spread awareness, and you know, a lot of people gave their lives for some of that footage, so I do think it is impactful. And again, I don't think she was probably just talking about it in a different way, but yeah.
I know what you mean. I also know what she means. There are people that share it cynically, I feel like, and obviously,
yeah,
like, most people are sharing this out of genuine.
Oh, so they're talking about the point of where Contra was trying to conflate the actions of the online left to that of what the people who actually are anti-Zionists, who are, well, in reality, anti-Zionists who are anti-Semitic. They are anti-Zionist because they are anti-Semitic, because they do believe that all Zionists are actually Jews. Again, anyone on the left who's worth their salt constantly talks about the conflation that Zionism and Judaism has within the main propagandistic lines of fucking, well, Israel as an existence of state. The right-wingers have no problem with doing that sort of like main conflation all the time because they actually are fucking anti-Semitic. They want to kill all the Jews across the fucking world. Okay, that's not ridiculous or hyperbolic to say, right? Also, let's be honest here, and let's just say this real fucking quick, real fucking quick. Okay, Zionists are okay with people who are anti-Semitic. It allows them to do the whole sort of like, and ContraPoints even mentions this. It's dishonest when they're doing this, obviously, to be like the sort of bastion for fucking all Jewish people, to help them forward a fucking ethno-religious supremacist project that exists within Palestine. That's the whole fucking point. It's incredibly insidious and dishonest fucking propaganda that Israel is engaging with. So, but does Ethan know any of that shit? No the fuck he doesn't. He's okay with it, in fact.
Concern, right?
And I agree with also, like, again, it is an excuse for a lot of actual like anti-Semitic people to come out of hiding and be anti-Semitic. I agree with that as well.
Yeah.
Both are true.
But I think I agree with you the way that came off. She could have worded better. It came off as a little callous.
Okay, so whatever. Nothing really of interest was offered there. Okay, cool, lovely. Well, as expected from the Horseman of Hypocrisy, he, barely fucking understands about, the history of the fucking conflict, the main sort of like conflationary line that, broadly speaking, Zionists operate off of when they conflate Zionism with fucking Judaism constantly. And also, he, I guess, lied also about Anna Kasparian, right? Like, simple synopsis. I guess it's like sort of like standard sort of stuff. Again, the only reason why Ethan is doing any of this shit is just because he is fucking spiteful, because he feels hurt from the fact that, Hassan, broadly speaking, advocates for Palestinian fucking emancipation in a particular way that he doesn't really like all that much. That's, like, honestly, like, the real fucking brass tacks the fucking situation, okay? It doesn't really get any more fucking simpler than that, to be quite honest. But, like, I don't know, like, again, not operating off of, like, particularly, like, reasonable positions, I guess, for lack of a better term. Ethan does not understand about any of the fucking propaganda that gets sort of engaged with by the fucking by the state of fucking Israel, and he just he does that about, like, the sort of like the line constantly of I don't know, like leftists and anti-Zionist causes and all this like conflationary bullshit all the fucking time, like throws it all together and says the same thing. And yeah, I agree with you, Boy Meets Mini. Yeah, the only thing I don't like about Hassan's advocacy is equating Ukraine to Israel when it's much the opposite. I agree with that wholeheartedly, Boy Meets Mini. I also do not really like that whatsoever. But again, like, no one's fucking perfect. I've criticized Hassan's Ukraine takes constantly. Like, he's, wrong in terms of a lot of aspects of the dynamics of the conflict. That's a different fucking sort of subject. The main problem here is that Ethan is just spiteful about the fact that, he doesn't like the fact that stupid, sexy Hassan thinks that, I don't know, like, Israel is bad for turning a bunch of Palestinian children into mulch, and is just willing to operate off of the propagandistic lines of, that Israel puts forward in terms of, like, the old operations, in terms of, like, say, Operation Magic Carpet, for example, the actions of, like, Zionist militias that sort of helped catalyze a lot of the movements of Jewish people from the MENA regions into Israel itself. There's the overzealous video that does a really, really good job breaking down on this. I've talked about it before, yada, yada, yada. It's fantastic. Broadly speaking, the main issue here is that Ethan completely operates off of the main propagandistic lines of Zionism and Judaism are one and the same, when the exact opposite is the fucking case. And he's trying to say that all leftists also are operating off of that and are using that for cynical aims, when that is not the fucking case. Quite literally. Like, a lot of the people who were part of the campus protests, for example, were Jewish advocacy groups, like Jewish Voices for Peace, and you fucking would call them a fucking capos or some shit. So, again, Ethan is just being incredibly dishonest. He operates off of only the fucking conflation, and he's just, well, barely seems to fucking understand any of the fucking goddamn propaganda that, well, you know, he espouses on his fucking on his broadcast constantly, all because he just wants to go after, well, people who are supporters and are against the genocide of fucking Palestinians. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Nice. Alright, I'm fucking replying to this dumb fuck Nazi, calling him a stupid Nazi. Doesn't change the fact that you are a Nazi freak. There we go. Like, no, Instagram. Replying to one of my fucking reels. Like, dude's got a fucking... The PFP is a fucking totem conf, okay? Like, I'm not stupid. I can see the totem conf. You ain't slick, okay? Get the fuck out of here, you freak. You ain't slick with it. I can see the fucking totem conf, okay? Get the hell out of here. Yeah, it's like hiding behind like a fucking theater mask, like with the sort of joy mask. It's just like, buddy. You ain't slick, bro. You ain't slick, little bro. I can fucking see that fucking goddamn totem conf under there, okay? Fucking Nazi. Beans. Do I want to fucking talk about this, or do I just want to raid out? I'm gonna fucking talk about this tomorrow. I want to raid out. We'll talk about... I want to get more people crashing out about this. I kind of want to just get it out of the way. I know the sort of like bigger... Maybe I'll like find more conservative influencers talking about Jeffrey Epstein. I don't think I even put out the first Fallout video about this. I mean, those are people that are sort of... I want to just only talk about the influencers that are seemingly turning on Trump about this. Not the other stuff. I don't really give a fuck about Charlie Kirk. Saying like, just shut up and forget about Epstein or something, right? It's like, I don't care about that. Yeah. He you know, was doing his like little crowd song and dance, blah 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 blah, and then, you know, turned back and stuff. But you know. It's more so about the fucking Fuentes post, but maybe I would rather watch, just go over the David Dole video about this. That should probably be okay. Ugh. I just want a fucking list of the influencers. Alright. Let's just get her done. Alright. I suppose this is just a further assessment of the sort of fallout of the saying that there is, well, of Attorney General Pam Bondi saying that there is no Epstein client list, right? And just the sort of sheer bungling that's like happening here of the Epstein files, broadly speaking, I would say, right? Like, you know, Jack Posobiec, who did like the whole sort of like Binder song and dance, I think also with like Chaya Raichik, Liz Wheeler, DC Drano, it's like Roger O'Hanley, I think his name is, and like a bunch of like other dipshits who were doing like who did like, oh, we got the files, look, soy point and shit like that, saying like, oh yeah, look, we got the binders, which were like basically like completely redacted and nothing was like released. It was just a complete shit show. So that's cool that Jack Posobiec, I guess, is going back on that. Whatever. Megyn Kelly, we got Laura Loomer, Glenn Beck, Benny Johnson, all are calling for Pam Bondi to resign. Of course, we talked about Bongino before. I think Kash Patel has also said that he's might resign if Pam Bondi isn't gotten rid of. But I mean, also like Dan Bongino also talks about it's not just the Epstein file shit, because again, Bongino's only saying this stuff because again, like, he came up in like the sort of conspiracy podcast world, and that's why he's like big and famous. And he's honestly, I think like part of it is like Dan Bongino just wants like an excuse to not do any more work. Let's be fucking honest here. Bro doesn't want to do any more work because it's just like, guys, it turns out to be a fucking state bureaucrat is actually, it's pretty difficult. A lot of work you have to do. But well, you know, that's a complete different sort of meme. And all these people are all just, again, like people who've come up through the sort of like Epstein conspiracism world. And it's just like, you guys are like shocked Pikachu facing about the fact that, whoa, crazy, that Donald Trump is trying to cover up the fucking Epstein file stuff when we know about all the fucking interviews he's done before with Epstein. He's done fucking, sort of like, he's given them like fucking birthday wishes and birthday cards. He fucked Melania on the Lolita Express. Jeffrey Epstein on the Fire and Fury podcast said he was his best friend for like 10 years and stuff like that. We know all this stuff. We knew all this stuff before, right? And like everyone's just like saying like, dude, he's always been in there. Like what the fuck do you mean? How do you guys not know any of this stuff? But again, this is like sort of the sort of like conspiratorial sort of like rabbit hole, right? And the sort of like main reasoning for as to why the sort of like MAGA base is like, it's a fucking cult, right? They really thought that dude who we've always known has had ties to fucking Epstein was going to be the main guy fucking exposing the goddamn pedophiles. But I mean, it's a broader sort of like consequence of like things I've talked about before, like death of education, critical thinking, general sort of like mistrust within like, you know, media sources and stuff like that has led these people to see Trump as like this strongman messiah figure who's going to be able to carry them to the fucking promised land of, I don't know, like, insert Bible analogy here, the promised land of like Israel or some shit. You know what I fucking mean in terms of like the stupid sort of analogy that I'm going with here, right? Like, yeah, they fell for the propaganda sort of like conspiratorial rabbit hole meme. Like that's what happened to these people, because again, like, for lack of a better term, these people are incredibly like closed-minded individuals, death of fucking subjectivity kind of a deal, and it's just like, yeah, dude, like, you expected like a dude who's a part of the elite to be the one who ends the elite deep state pedo fucking cabal. Like, come on, dude. Like, that was never gonna fucking happen, right? Like, Donald Trump, first and foremost, only cares about, I only care about one thing and one thing only, and that's numero uno. We even got Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh is also, I've talked about him before. He's also fucking come out and said, like, how it's been incredibly incompetent and mishandled, and also, like, came out against, like, the sort of, like, fascist propagandistic line, saying, like, okay, you say it's, like, it's not a big deal, but you had, the, like, all the stuff on the files on the table for, like, so long. Like, what the hell is this? Like, what's going on here? And I guess this is, like, a sort of, like, recent update. Like, what do we got here from Big Matt Boy here? The Attorney General said that she had the client list on her desk. The White House made a big show of giving binders marked Epstein Files Phase 1. This is true, to a bunch of influencers. Now they tell us that there is no list and we should stop talking about it. Well, then why would you say that there was a list? Again, Matt Walsh is correct here. Like, yeah. Man, it's almost as if, like, Donald Trump is, like, I don't know, sort of, like, sowing he is not reaping the sort of seeds that he has sown about the sort of like campaign promise that he made about wanting to make the Epstein files like released to the public, because he's in it. And he only did that for political purposes, to gin up his more conspiratorial like right-wing base. That was the point of it. Why did you pull that stunt with the influencers? Why did you call it Phase 1? Obviously implying that there were more phases to come. I also say this is like, it was very like Twitter Files-esque hired. Like, not hired, but like handled with like this whole like Phase 1 stuff of like the fucking Twitter Files. And that was like a complete shit show, nothing burger. Like, nothing came of the Twitter Files. It was so fucking stupid. If you claim that this is all normal, above board, and honest, you're being extremely obtuse. We're Americans. We don't accept obvious bullshit from our political leaders, and we don't move on from a topic just because we've been instructed to do so. Matt, I have bad news for you. You've done that before in the past. You're no angel when it comes to this stuff like this before, okay? Well, let's be honest here. What is this? Listen, as much as like, as annoying as like fucking Elon is, he's correct, man. Like, whoa, an actual like not a terrible fucking meme here by Elon? I can't believe I'm saying this. He's correct. He's right. If anything, he's the one who's going to fucking benefit the most from this. Because, again, he's, like, trying to do his, like, third-party fucking shtick. And he's going to, like, potentially gain quite a few, like, supporters with his, like, third-party stint that he's trying to do. And this could be a big problem for the Republicans, especially in the midterms. But, you know, that's cool. And let's be honest here. Like, dude, like, You've went along with the instructions before. Don't pretend you're above board, Matt Walsh, okay? I've come back from vacation to learn that Epstein apparently wasn't an international child sex trafficker, even though he was arrested for being one. That's true. There's no client list, even though the Attorney General said she had it on her desk. Also true. He did kill himself, even though the video proving this point was edited. Also true. We found the metadata on that, highly suggesting that video was cut out. No prominent or powerful people are implicated, even though dozens of them have flew on his plane to his pedophile island. That's also true. And the whole issue doesn't matter, so we should move on and never talk about it again. Wow, I'm glad that's settled. It's so... I don't know, man. It's just fucking crazy and ridiculous that we just find ourselves in this position. I'm loving it, okay? like McDonald's, I'm loving it, blah 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 blah. That this is like sort of like happening. I'm sitting here, maybe I should go get some fucking cereal, start eating my goddamn cereal. I bought some fucking cereal. Can't do the bit because I don't have any cereal in the bowl. Fuck my life. God damn it. And like, again, I'm just gonna like sit back and let the fireworks happen at this point. All these fucking influencers, they have big fucking audiences. They talk to a lot of fucking people. And they're all gonna be pissed. They're all like a bunch of like conspiracy theory sort of like podcasts and stuff like that, and incredibly far-right people, the core base of Donald Trump. And that and all the other unpopular shit that he's currently doing at the moment, like, it's not looking good for our big man for potential electoral sort of like, outcomes. However, the only saving grace for Trump in this particular instance is that he's going up against the Democrats, and the Democrats have, fumbled even like gigantic sort of like, I don't know, like gifts like this before. Like, I don't know. It's also like potentially not ridiculous to say that something might fucking happen to bring them back in line, and Donald Trump might bring them back in their good graces. But I don't know, man. Like, this was something that was very deep and intrinsic for them in terms of like the Jeffrey Epstein files. When I said that this is going to be like a potentially just ginormous hit for Trump, like I'm not being hyperbolic when I say that stuff. Like, to be honest, like, it's gonna, like, this is bad for him, to be honest. And we got fucking Fuentes here. I'm not gonna play the clip, but Fuentes even says, "Fuck you, you suck, you're fat, you're a joke, you're stupid, you're not funny. This entire thing has been a scam. We're gonna look back at the MAGA movement as the biggest scam in history. The liberals were right, and we will see Trump as a scam artist." I mean, it's really funny that he's saying this, despite the fact that Trump, like, did a crypto fucking rug pull before he came into office and made billions of dollars off of it. And also, he's the same dude who had 6 failed businesses. Like, now you recognize he's a fucking scam artist. But, I mean, listen, like, Fuentes has done this shit before and has come back in line before. So, again, like, take anything that this dumbass fucking has to say with a grain of salt, okay? He's, like, 9 times out of 10, like, mostly fucking completely full of it, right? He's very fucking cynical. But, again, a lot of people are going to, like, lose faith in sort of, like, Donald Trump and MAGA. And to be honest, like, Fuentes himself is probably one of the main people who's going to benefit from it. We all remember the guy with the fucking candle lighter who's just, like, trying to, like, light up the whatchamacallit, the MAGA hats that were doused in, like, fucking kerosene or whatever, right? We know about that, right? Like, that dude said he was like, "Oh, fuck MAGA, I'm now America first." He's slated to fucking benefit quite significantly from doing stuff like this. So there's also, like, a monetary gain here for Nick Fuentes as well. Like, that's not also ridiculous to say. But yeah, like, I don't know, like, what else really is there to say? Like, yeah, I don't know, reaping and sowing. That's really, really all there is to say about it. This is going to be a catastrophic fallout for Donald Trump here. And people are going to keep talking about it because people are going to keep mentioning it over and over and over again. And you're just going to keep not answering that question. And it's going to dig a deeper and deeper and deeper hole for you. But again, like, is it entirely possible that people sort of, like, forget about this and, like, move on to the next thing? Maybe. I don't think it's ridiculous. Like, the American people do seemingly have the memories of fucking goldfish, for fuck's sake. So, I don't know. Like, it's one of those situations where sort of like conventional wisdom would indicate that this is going to stick and it's going to make Trump look really bad and potentially suffer. But the Democrats are, like, incredibly anemic and weak and pathetic. So who the fuck knows if they'll even be able to take advantage of this. I mean, I know Ro Khanna is going to keep introducing the same amendment over and over and over again until the pressure mounts to such a ridiculous degree that they have to fucking do it. That's at least the thought process of it. But I don't know, like, Republican politicians are complete, utter cowards and pathetic fucking losers. And, like, they're probably not going to break. They might eventually, but they're not going to do it, like, right away. They're still, like, too well, loyal, I would say, for lack of a better term. I don't know. It's more so just going to have to keep waiting to see how this sort of, like, plays out kind of a deal. Who the hell knows what's going to happen? Like, anything can sort of, like, flip and change on a dime, and honestly, like, there's, like, so much that could potentially happen at this point with this sort of, like, a fallout of the Jeffrey Epstein files, for, like, I don't know, lack of a better term, that, you know, anything is, like, more or less possible at this point. Like, and, well, the only person who's going to suffer the most is going to be Trump about this. So, I don't know. I guess I'm, like, okay with that, with that knowledge in particular, that Donald Trump is going to suffer the most from this. So, again, we'll see what happens. See what happens, see what plays out, yada, 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 all that good, kind of good stuff. I don't know. I think that's really all I got to say about this, to be honest. All right, now we're done. Nice. The fallout. I'm surprised that Boy Meets Mini wasn't here to see, or to hear me say fallout. Probably went to sleep. I am streaming quite late. It is late. And Boy Meets Mini, unlike myself, has employment. Who the hell is going to be raided into today? Who the hell are we raiding into today? Wow, wow, wee, wah. Ba ba bee ba. I just want to play more Factorio. I kind of want to play the new Donkey Kong game. It looks like it's fun. And I'm curious. Alana Pierce is playing Fire Red and Leaf Green. Nuzlocke. I love Nuzlocke. I'm being sarcastic when I say that. I don't love Nuzlocke. That's true. Nintendo probably would brick my fucking shit if I played wrong. That's true. Alright, well. Tomorrow's Friday. It feels like it's not Friday tomorrow, you know? It feels like today is Friday, you know? At least that's how I'm feeling. Hey. You know, why don't we raid out to, Riverboat Jack? Why not? That's how you spell that name. Okay, yeah, well, okay, yeah, technically speaking, it's fucking Friday, because, you know what, fuck you. I don't care. I hate you. Suck my dick. Eat my shit. You know what I mean. Fuck you. Yeah, mods ban Alex. Being bastard. Raid messages. You know what to do, you know what to say. Transfer with the Daho raid buff. If you're a sub, if you're a non-sub, you do the WoW with the Daho raid buff. That's how we show appreciation. Those running 20Ks. Gamers! I will be back tomorrow, and what are we gonna do? We're gonna get Purple Science! And then go to the moon. More than likely. Although, honestly, I want to get logistics system. Figure out power situation. I can't get Kovarex. Yeah, I'm probably going to figure out power situation. We probably need to get more iron somewhere, which means we're going to need some trains. So probably an expansion of the train network, more than likely. Probably an expansion of the train network, more than likely. So that'll be cool. That'll be fun. In any case, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.